most exciting day of the week?
It's Stampeders Game Day on QR Calgary 770.
Our CFL Hall of Famer Mark Steven is back with all the action, while Greg Peterson provides instant analysis. Jock Wilson and Dave McIver round out the team, providing in-depth coverage of the game.
QR Calgary is also proud to welcome back our title sponsor, your Alberta Ford dealers.
Our 90-minute pregame starts right now on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It all happened so fast, man. It happened so fast. Like, I was talking to Demario Houston, and we were just talking scenarios and things like that. And I told him, I was like, hey, you know, I would love to come over there and be a piece to the puzzle. 10, 15 minutes later, I get a call from Rick Maiden, and he said, we executed a deal to Calgary. And I said, awesome.
Awesome. A flashback to last November. Vernon Adams traded to the Calgary Stampeders, and tonight the VA era begins. Big play gets the start. The Stampeders wrap up their preseason schedule against Mark Killam and the Edmonton Elks. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to another season of Stampeder football for the Alberta Ford dealers. This is QR Calgary. This is 107.3 The Edge. I'm Jock Wilson. We are live from the parking lot here at McMahon Stadium. Mark Steven and Greg Peterson, the longest-serving play-by-play team in the CFL. They will have the exclusive radio call coming your way in about 90 minutes. We got a little bit of a change-up for you tonight on our football broadcast. My co-host, my colleague, Dave McIver, he's on the inactive list. So joining me on the pregame show to kick things off this evening, she'll be on the sidelines tonight as well. Longtime TV sports personality Lisa Hillary. Lisa is back in Calgary after working in some major markets like Anaheim, Philadelphia, Washington. She worked for some big-time networks like Fox, Nesson, and TSN. I know I'm missing a few, Lisa, but there's also a CFL connection to your family as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Born and raised in Ottawa, and, grew up watching the Ottawa Rough Riders, and they've changed names a few times, but, Ottawa Renegades. But, the Ottawa Rough Riders, we were always season ticket holders, and as a kid, I always dreamed about being a sideline reporter. Back when, I think Leslie Visser, if that her name rings a bell, she was the only female, reporter that I remember back then that was on the sidelines. So I had big goals, and, here I am going to be on the sidelines tonight. So it's a full circle moment for me, and I'm super excited to be here.
Now, was your father the general manager of the Ottawa Renegades?
He was actually the president.
The president.
I believe the year was 1987. They were going through some struggles. This was not something that he was looking to do, but he's a proud businessman, loves Ottawa. He's still with us. I think I can give a shout out to Mom and Dad tonight in Ottawa. They are listening. They were going through some struggles, and the team was going to fold if they didn't have some community help. So a team of businessmen got together. I think there was about 27 of them or so, and with some help from some other local investors, they bought the team. They helped the team get back to some winning ways, and it really only happened for a year, and then some other guys came in and took it over. So it was interesting times. I'll never forget it. Yeah.
It's interesting. The Calgary Stampeders have a very similar story. The SOS campaign in the 80s, 1986. And, of course, it was a Calgary businessman, a lawyer by the name of Pat Peacock, that actually got the SOS campaign going, the Save Our Stamps campaign going. And, he engineered this season ticket drive that basically sold, I believe, about 23,000 tickets and saved the Calgary Stampeders. They were that close to folding, that close to shutting it all down. And, of course, at the time, they were community-owned as well. So, hey, the CFL has gone through some highs and some lows, obviously. And I would say right now, here we are heading into 2025, it's at one of its better places in the world.
Absolutely. I think back to not just the 80s, but the 90s, and we had that stretch. You remember the Dexter Manley experiment?
Oh, yes.
I'm telling you, that was a thing, and to me, it was an absolute insult, not just to Ottawa, CFL. You get these guys that come in and think that we're a sideshow, and I think it really affected the league, not just Ottawa, but the league in general. So I'm glad, as you alluded to, that we're in a good place now, league-wide.
Do you mind if I share the one text you sent me last night about who was at your parents' wedding?
Oh, yeah. Soupy and, yeah.
Ronnie Stewart, Tony Gabriel, Whit Tucker, Soupy Campbell. They were at your parents'.
These were all friends of my family, and of course back then, to me, I'm a kid. I'm thinking, okay, these. But now, when you look back at the history of these guys that were so close to our family and to the city, and it's pretty amazing. And obviously, glad my dad is still with us to tell me about these stories.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, you were doing your homework this week. You've been at Stampeder practice all week long. Had a great chat with Vernon Adams. What are you expecting from VA tonight?
What a leader. This guy, I don't think that there's any, one of the best in the league at his position, right? And there's the optimism that he has. He said he always wanted to play for Dave Dickinson. Yes, as the
Pete the plumber goes by.
Always wanted to play for Dave. So, he's excited to be in Calgary. You see it on his face. He's calm. He's cool. He's collected. Yeah. And I don't think we've seen a quarterback that you can compare to like a Flutie and a Garcia in a long time, really just dating back to those guys. The good thing is, I think the knock on him was always how small he was, right? He was never going to make it because he was too small. Look at Garcia, look at Flutie. And now you bring in these receivers he's got some big receivers, some big targets, so that'll help.
I love his honesty, too, because he admits that, he's still got a lot of learning to do here in Calgary, that the learning curve is still high. It's a brand-new offense, and he knows his one knock in the Canadian Football League is the number of interceptions he has thrown, and he says that's part of his game that he's got to clean up. He's honest. He knows where his weaknesses are. He knows where his strengths are.
We want to see an aggressive quarterback, right? They're so fun to watch. They throw it deep. That's, as a fan, you want to see that, but you're absolutely right. And Dave alluded to that yesterday after the walkthrough. He said there's a few of those throws that he would like to have back last year.
Interesting tonight, the final preseason game for the Calgary Stampeders. It is the first preseason game for the Edmonton Elks. And who returns for the Edmonton Elks tonight? None other than Mark Killam. Mark Killam, a 20-year employee for the Calgary Stampeders. He, unfortunately, was part of the purge. The Calgary Stampeders knew they had to make some changes. So, sadly, Mark Killam was part of the cuts. Brent Monson, he was also released. The defensive coordinator, the special teams coordinator, Mark Killam, was also the assistant head coach of the Calgary Stampeders. I'm going to take you back because Mark wasn't out of work very long. Mark Killam was quickly named and introduced as the head coach of the Edmonton Elks. And this is a very interesting clip, maybe a telling clip, because this was a question he was asked when he was hired by the Edmonton Elks.
This business is a weird one and can be unpredictable at times. I'm wondering what makes you the right guy to lead the Elks into a new era and not the right guy to fix what was going on in Calgary?
Well, you have to ask the people that made the decision in Calgary. That's out of my control, but I can tell you that I'm going to fucking bring it in Edmonton. I can tell you that right now. So you can print that as well.
You can print that as well. Wow. I'm going to bring it in Edmonton. Was he bitter? Hey, the players loved him here in Calgary, and the fact of the matter is he was supposed to become the next head coach of the Calgary Stampeders. That did not happen, so now he's the head coach of the Edmonton Elks. And I tell you what, when we come back on the pregame show here on QR Calgary, we're going to take a look at the other side. Mark Killam returns to Calgary. Mark Killam will be our guest with Mark Stephen. This is the Stampeder pregame show. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary on 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Celebrate 8 decades of Stampeders football.
Go, Stamps, go!
Get your tickets for the Stampeders' 80th birthday party as we kick off the 2025 football season at McMahon Stadium.
Watch Vernon Adams Jr.'s debut versus Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats on June 7th. It's going to be a party in McMahon to start the season with something for fans of all ages.
The next chapter of the Stampeders' legacy starts here. Get your tickets to the Stampeders' 80th birthday party at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Shane Holmes once again partnering with Kids Up Front for another great season of Calgary Stampeder football for the Yards for Kids program. Every Stampeder offensive yard this regular season, Shane Holmes is going to donate $1 to Kids Up Front. Last year, the Stampeder offense and Shane Holmes raised over $6,300 for Kids Up Front, with Calgary's favorite home builder bringing that total up to $10,000. Shane Holmes, it's your favorite. It's probably Shane Holmes, Calgary's favorite home builder. Welcome back to the pregame show. I'm Jock Wilson with Lisa Hillary. The Stamps, the Elks, preseason football action here at McMahon Stadium tonight. Quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. We are 75 minutes away from that opening kickoff. Mark and Greg will have the call for you just after 7:30 tonight. Right now, it's time to take a quick look at the other side. As we mentioned, Mark Killam returns to McMahon Stadium tonight after spending the last 20 years here in Calgary. Mark Killam is the new head coach of the Edmonton Elks, and Mark Stephen had a chance to sit down with Mark earlier today.
Okay, to Elks head coach Mark Killam. And Mark, the first question, besides welcome to our program, you ever been on the east side of McMahon Stadium?
In high school and university, we were over there in the visitors' locker room, so it's been a minute.
Okay, I would say so, that's for sure. Just your thoughts on, it's a preseason game, I get it, but you are returning to McMahon Stadium. Any thoughts and emotions there?
No, it's never going to be about me, Mark. It's about, I'm really looking forward to getting these guys out on the field and seeing who can show up under the lights.
Mark, how is it being the boss? I mean, whatever the Elks do, it's on your watch. You can put together the program as you see fit. What are the biggest challenges? What's the best part of it?
Well, I mean, all of it is the best part of it. I've been really pleased with, how our staff has come together and, right from the off season, just about everyone was living here. When we got into rookie camp, it felt like we had been together for 2-3 years. I mean, everything was running smoothly and, that's just a credit to the guys that we got. And, it's been good. Camp's been fun. It's been, I've basically been building up data in my head for 20 years, and now I get to release it all. So it's been exciting.
There you go. You have the Ford boys in camp. Trey is your starting quarterback. Terrell is a big free agent signing for Winnipeg. How's that working out?
It's good. I mean, both those guys are competing hard. They're learning new systems, learning to be with new teammates, and guys are coming together. But both of them, they're very competitive. They compete with each other, and they raise the level in practice, and it's been fun to work with both of them.
One player you did bring in, very familiar to fans here, Cody Grace. How's he continuing to perform for you?
Doesn't stop smiling. I mean, the guy's really enjoying himself. He's kind of in a little bit of a different role here. Really good leadership role with the young kickers and the kicker battle that we got going on, but there's energy that can come from change, and I think he's feeling that a little bit, and he's hitting the ball really well.
In terms of it, this is your first preseason game. Is this more of an evaluation game?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'm not original by any means by saying that most teams on their away preseason game don't bring a ton of all their veterans, and I think we fall into that boat. The guys that we are bringing are competing in deep battles in different positions, and we're looking for them to function as professionals, to function in an offense, function in a defense, function on whatever special teams unit that they're going to be on. We're going to roll a whole bunch of guys.
Mark, thank you very much. We'll see you on the sunny east side of McMahon Stadium, and thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, Mark.
Mark Killam, the new head coach of the Edmonton Elks, a special guest here on the other side on our pregame show. You know, it's interesting, Lisa. I look at this Edmonton Elks team, and this is a wild card team for me because, like the Calgary Stampeders, there have been a lot of changes with this organization. It started last year with the new ownership group. Then they hired a new president in Chris Morris. They hired a new general manager in Ed No Superstars Hervey. They hired the head coach, Mark Killam. You know, he's also going to be their special teams coordinator this year. They have a new offensive coordinator in Jordan Maksimic. They have a new defensive coordinator in J.C. Sherritt. That's just the changes on the coaching staff and the management team. And then you look at what Ed Hervey did in the offseason, totally revamped the defensive line and actually gutted the Grey Cup champion Toronto Argonauts, getting guys like Robbie Smith and Jake Serezna and Jared Brinkman, you know, signed some really, really strong Canadians, a couple of DBs like Royce Menchie, the former Calgary Stampeder. They also went out and got a huge stud from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Terrell Ford. You know, Kion Julian Grant, a great receiver out of Montreal, another good receiver from that standpoint. Mark mentioned, you know, that the kicker they took from the Calgary Stampeders, Cody Grace. You go down the list and you say, this team, they have potential. The question is Trey Ford the guy? Chris Jones wasn't convinced Trey Ford was going to be the guy. Right now, Mark Killam thinks he is going to be the guy. He's their number one quarterback, obviously not starting in this game tonight, but that is going to be the make or break, I think, for the Edmonton Elks this year.
Well, sure. When you look at these two teams, Jock, head-to-head, I mean, aside from their starting quarterback, they're very light on experience. I would say they're in that rebuild mode. Most teams don't like to hear that, but, I mean, on paper, they certainly look that way.
Yeah, they haven't been a playoff team for a number of years. They weren't a playoff team last year, but I would say for a team that has potential to make a move, and let's not forget, they beat the Calgary Stampeders all 3 games last year. They beat the Stampeders on Labor Day, embarrassed the Stampeders on Labor Day. Then they won the return match, and then week 19, they won again. It was a much closer game. The season was sort of winding down. Doesn't sit well with Calgary Stampeder fans or the Stampeders organization to lose 3 times to your provincial rival.
The most accurate quarterback in CFL history will be backed up tonight, though, by a pair of pivots getting their first taste, of course, Canadian Football League action, and William McKelvin and Cole Snyder.
Right. Cody Fajardo will get the start for the Edmonton Elks for sure. All right, let's take a quick time out here on the pregame show. So much more to get to. As a matter of fact, we're going to go around the CFL when we come back for the Furnace family. There are 3 other preseason games going on in the Canadian Football League today, and lots to talk about as we're going to be joined by Mark Stephen for the first time on the broadcast as well. The Hall of Fame play-by-play voice of the Calgary Stampeders around the CFL for the Furnace family as you found your home for Stampeder football, QR Calgary, and online at qrcalgary.com.
The Get In and Go event is on now under the tower at South Point Toyota. Once again, it's the best time of year to buy your new Toyota. The best inventory, the best interest rates of the year, as low as 0%. And the best trade-in bang for your buck. Don't miss the Get In and Go event on now at South Point Toyota.
Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at ShaneHomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes. Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to the pregame show. Jock Wilson, Lisa Hillary, live from the parking lot here at McMahon Stadium, warming you up for the Stamps and the Edmonton Elks. Final preseason test for the Calgary Stampeders, the first preseason test for the Edmonton Elks. As a matter of fact, you've got a full slate of games on the preseason schedule today. 2 games are already final. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers at home have beaten the Saskatchewan Roughriders 15-9. Not a single touchdown in that game, all field goals. And Stampeder fans are probably wondering, how did Jake Mayer, the former quarterback of the Calgary Stampeders, do? Well, he did like he did last year for the Calgary Stampeders. He completed 8 of 13 through an interception. No touchdown passes for Jake Mayer. The other game that is a final, the Ottawa Red Blacks go on the road into Montreal. 23-7, the Red Blacks knocking off the Montreal Alouettes. The big play in that game, Devontae Dedmon, a 70-yard punt return touchdown as Devontae Dedmon gets on the board early. Dustin Crum did throw a 14-yard touchdown pass. Ottawa beats Montreal 23-7. And as we welcome in Mark Steven around the CFL here on the pregame show, did you see the big news in Montreal yesterday, Mark? I guess air horns are no longer allowed. They're finally banning those air horns in Montreal.
The only reason they weren't banned or out of commission earlier is I don't know where the guy sits. Otherwise, I would have gone there and ripped the thing out of his hand. So, oh, my gosh, about time. Oh, potato. Yes.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because air horns now banned in all 9 CFL stadiums. And hey, I don't know. Was it an issue when you were in Montreal, Mark? Like on television, watching the games on TSN, I used to have all sorts of complaints. People saying, they got to get rid of those damn air horns.
In the stadium, no. When I'm there, because I've got headphones on, I'm concentrating on the field. But as you say, watching a game there, I turn the sound down. It's just too much.
I think, is this surly Mark Stevens we're listening to right now?
It's just somebody that has 2 ears when I woke up, and I want 2 when I go to bed.
No, I hear you. No, I can imagine, like, being on the sidelines for sure. I do remember back in the day that they were, yes, deafening for sure.
Since we're going around the CFL for the Furness family, Mark, let's start off in Edmonton because we just heard the interview that you did with Mark Killam. I want to talk about their new general manager, Ed Hervey. Ed Hervey had a very, very eventful off season. He was hired. He got into a spat with Geno Lewis, his star receiver. Didn't want to pay him the money. Said there were no superstars in the Canadian Football League. That put him on the hot seat as well. Then he had a very, very productive free agency. I thought he won free agency with some major signings. And then he drafted a doper at the CFL draft, which surprised a lot of people when they selected Darren Newell with their first pick in the second round, 10th overall. But Ed Hervey, as he told the media, he said, hey, I got no issues drafting a doper.
We felt comfortable as an organization. I talked with Chris, our CEO, about everything heading into it. And, he felt okay and gave it the stamp that we're okay to go forward with it. There was no signs at all that he had questionable character or integrity lack of integrity of any kind. We saw this as an isolated incident. And, I do also believe that, he's serving the suspension. This doesn't mean that he shouldn't have an opportunity to play football. Also, our roster not necessarily needing a player to come in right away.
Interesting move, especially selecting him so high. Everybody in the league knew that this gentleman was not going to be able to play for a year in the Canadian Football League. What did you think of it, Mark?
Well, first of all, I wondered on draft night why his stock was slipping, because at the Combine, I thought he was terrific. And not knowing the news we now know, I think the Stampeders could possibly have selected him number 1. I think he was that good. Why they drafted him, I don't know. Are the Elks that good that they can just afford to have a player sit a year out? I don't think they are, but that's what they're going to do. That's the decision they'll have to make. As far as the superstar comments, he got himself into a real knot of his own making. I would just say this, that, the people he has to deal with, people in his locker room, some people say suspend them, all this. No, you got to deal with the people in your locker room who wonder exactly how they are valued.
Mark, I have a question for you because I found it an odd comment, and I remember Ed back in, the 2001, 2003. He played 8 seasons for the Eskimos, and he was a CFL All-Star himself. So to actually say that, I definitely, as soon as I heard it, I thought, well, that's a bit odd. The guy played, and he was a star.
I agree. I don't know what motivated that. I guess he just got into an argument at TIFF, and, and arguing with Geno Lewis about that, all you have to say is, we've got decided to go into a different direction. We're going to let him hit free agency. End of discussion. But for whatever reason, wanted to pick a fight, so there you go.
Well, it is interesting. And I will say, I think he won free agency. I think when I look at the free agent signings that Ed Hervey did, I'll give him credit. And sometimes smart people say stupid things. That's probably what Ed Hervey did. He said something stupid.
Too,
yeah, you know what? And that happens. But I tell you what, I think he has improved this Edmonton Elks team. I like what he's done with his coaching staff. I like some of the players that they have brought in. They have certainly improved their Canadian content.
Yeah, very much. The only team more active than the Stampeders in free agency was the Elks. As you say, they picked Toronto pretty clean, and they brought in some other players as well, returned Stephen Dunbar and some others, and traded for Cody Fajardo, so they were extremely active. They have to be. I mean, there's a lot of angst here about the Stamps missing the playoffs last year, as there should be, but Edmonton has been way less competitive over the last many years.
I mentioned the Saskatchewan Roughriders that lost in Winnipeg today, 15-9. The Riders, I like their team, Mark, but right now, I think if you're Corey Mace, you got to have some concerns about their offensive line. Sean McEwen looks like he could be out long term on the offensive line. Philippe Gagnon, another big offensive lineman that they signed from Montreal this year. He's out long term with a torn bicep. That's going to be a blow for the Riders, I think, moving forward.
Oh, totally. I agree. That was one of their strengths. They went out and got Sean and Gagnon free agency. Lucky they signed Logan Ferlin to a contract extension there. But no, they've got some issues there. And, they re-signed Zur, but they don't have enough depth. And I wouldn't be shocked. This is just me. When the cut down comes, they'll be looking and pick up and acquire a Canadian offensive lineman from somebody, somewhere. That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, because it's the old saying, when you draft, you can never draft too many Canadian offensive linemen, and here's proof.
The Stampeders were playing in Vancouver Island in Langford last year. Do you think the CFL could return to Victoria anytime soon, Mark?
Yes, I do. Here's the story, and I picked this up out there. Next year, I know we haven't started this year, but next year, both Vancouver and Toronto get kicked out of their stadiums for the first 7 weeks of the season. That's to accommodate the World Cup of Soccer. So what exactly are they going to do? I guess the Argos could possibly, play a few games in Toronto, because you can't just give them 7 bye weeks or have to play every game on the road. And yes, there's a stadium on Vancouver Island that maybe would accommodate 2 or 3 games. And, it's where they play Touchdown Pacific. So I would say that is an option they're exploring, because they've got a real challenge next year.
Hey, Mark, speaking of Vancouver Island, last week when you were there, the wind was really picking up. I'm sensing, as I put my ski coat on right now, that the wind is going to be picking up out on that field tonight.
Yeah, those flags in the northeast corner are snapping to attention, I can tell you that.
Lisa, you just scooped yourself for the very first time, because your first report's probably going to be on the wind. Yeah, when you're down at the sideline. So fair enough. Mark, before we let you go, and we do appreciate you around the CFL, here on the pregame show. I guess just got to get your thoughts on the Calgary Stampeders. It's a veteran lineup, especially in the first half tonight. If you're healthy, you are playing. Depending how long you've been with the organization, that'll depend on how many snaps you take. How many offensive plays will the Calgary Stampeders play in this game. I think the first half is fans are excited about Vernon Adams, number one, but I think they're excited to see what this team can do in the first half.
Yeah, for sure the offense, outside of the center position, Bryce Bell is injured. Outside of that, this will start, I'm convinced, on June the 7th against Hamilton. There are a couple of places defensively, not quite a starting lineup, but really darn close. I'm just as anxious to see Vernon Adams, too. He was the centerpiece. He probably was the biggest single move by any team in the offseason, so let's see how he does. Dominic Grimes is fired up. Adams looks fired up, but looking and playing are two different things. There are 82 players dressing for the Stampeders, so you better make your mark as quick as you can if you're one of the backups, because I don't know how many snaps there are. But you know what? I'm just as anxious to see Vernon Adams. He said and did all the right things. He's got a great resume, and let's watch it unfold.
Mark, the receiving group not yet set. Top CFL pick Damien Alford threatening for playing time, I'm assuming, right away, as will veteran Tevin Jones.
Yep, we'll see how those two guys play out. Jones isn't starting. Eccles is starting in that position today. Alford is certainly making progress. They're very happy with him. The one thing that they told me is while he has the great physical gifts, getting back and playing Canadian football is a bit of a challenge. Some of the reads that a receiver at his position have to make are not coming naturally. Not to say they won't, but right now he's trying to reintegrate himself back into the Canadian game. And, he's been in Syracuse and Utah for the last several years, and he went to an academy before that. So it'll happen. It's just not happening as of May the 24th.
Good stuff as always, Mark. We'll let you get ready for the play-by-play action just after 7:30 tonight.
All 144 players. So, do they still sell programs? But if they do, buy one, okay?
Well, buy a program or maybe just listen to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. Mark and Greg will certainly have the call for you. That is a wrap for Around the CFL for the Furnace family. Done right, day or night, furnacefamily.com. Right around the corner, we're going to check in with our color commentator, Greg Peterson. Hey, I was golfing with Greg yesterday. Maybe we'll talk some golf. We'll talk some football for sure. Peterson has been on the Stampeder broadcast for nearly 3 decades. He knows his stuff. And we will take a look at the Cooperators Injury Report. Go nowhere. Keep it locked here on the pregame show. I'm Jock Wilson with Lisa Hillary. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
And welcome back to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football here on QR Calgary. This is the pregame show. I'm Jock Wilson with Lisa Hillary. Let's go back up to the Billy Powers broadcast booth as we check in with our longtime friend, color commentator for the Calgary Stampeder Football broadcast, former Grey Cup champion, and of course, former Stampeder player, Greg Peterson. And a heck of a golfer too, Petey. How you doing, man?
Good. If I shot an 88 and you shot an 88, that makes you a good golfer too then. That's what you shot.
Maybe we're not that good.
That's right.
But we got to play with the two Brads and Providence. Who did we play with again yesterday?
Brad Stevens with Northern RNA and Brad Sorensen with Providence, two CEOs teaching us a little bit about the world of business. So it was great to golf with him, great to golf with you.
You know what, Greg? I should have been a lawyer because then I could afford a membership at Willow Park Golf and Country Club.
Isn't it a beautiful course? It's really good.
It is a beautiful course, but hey, we got to talk some football here on the pregame show, and we have to get to the injury report brought to you by the Cooperators. First of all, some bad news for the Calgary Stampeders. Of course, they played their first preseason game on Holiday Monday. We heard or we saw the injury to fullback Ryan Jones, and he was carted off. He had the brace on the leg. And I asked Dave Dickinson on Sports Talk with Jock on Tuesday night, and unfortunately, he gave us some bad news on Ryan Jones.
Yeah, no, he broke his leg.
Okay.
And so he's going to go for surgery. It was sad. Both teams did have a couple look like pretty severe injuries. So, we're just going to kind of let him get through surgery and let him get on his feet a little bit, see what we have, as a club, we'll see what we can do and also how we'll handle it. So we haven't really made that decision yet. But everybody's in his corner. I did notice some guys on the sideline, they were playing for our brother, and I did feel like the guys took it to heart. You all put yourself out there, and when something like that happens, it's certainly unfortunate. I got a sense, it might take him a while. It was a good break, so we'll see where things go from here. But certainly felt like our guys responded and rallied around Ryan.
That's a tough situation, Greg Peterson, because, first-year player out of East Carolina, big boy. Stampeders had some high expectations, some high hopes for Ryan Jones.
Well, they really did. What they were going to do, instead, the fullback now in the CFL they're there basically to block. They might get 1 or 2 runs a game, but with Jones, they really had high hopes that they were going to use him out of the backfield. He was the type of guy that could block. He could also catch, be a receiver, and they really wanted to develop and use that position different than most teams. That kind of blew a hole in their plan to do that with the injury to Ryan.
Well, you still have, obviously Will Langlaw, so he's a veteran. I still think, they've got him listed as a quarterback and maybe the short yardage situation, but I think Quincy Vaughn is a guy that could develop in that fullback position because he's got the size and, he's been a tight end. He can be a fullback, so I think the Stampeders still have some potential at that position.
Yeah, but they were looking for the difference between those guys and Ryan was he could go be a receiver and a legit receiver, a guy that really could be playing. Where the other guys, they're big, yeah, they can play the tight end position and they could be good blocking fullbacks, but you can't flank them out and really empty the backfield and have 6 wide receivers. And that's really what they were looking forward to doing because you can disguise where you're going to use that guy and how you set him up. And as I said, having Ryan Jones get hurt blew a little bit of a hole into their plans.
The other big injury update we got from head coach Dave Dickinson on Tuesday night on the Coaches Show was he was asked a question about Malik Henry. Now, Malik Henry, if you know the story, 2 years ago blew out his Achilles. Last year, on a comeback trail, blew his patellar tendon. Done for the season. So back-to-back years, Malik Henry has missed the season. He's still on the Calgary Stampeder roster, but he's not going to start on the roster as we got this update from head coach Dave Dickinson.
We've already put him on 6 games, so he will not be playing the first 6 games. And he's trying to stay positive, and I do love what he still brings. And fingers crossed, but he's just unfortunately his leg hasn't really gotten to the stage where he can compete. So we're going to keep working hard with him, and we expect him to keep training and doing the right things. And we'll see what happens.
The Calgary Stampeders obviously still love this player, Greg Peterson. They would love to have him have success, but you do wonder after the 2 serious injuries over the last couple of years.
Yeah, you got to, say it as it is. His window's closing. I hope it doesn't close and he barges through that window and goes out and gets back on the field, because the reason they like him so much is because he's a great guy, great in the locker room. And he also has that great explosive moves. He can return punts. I've never seen anybody who could accelerate out of his break like Malik. He did a great job of that. And I think, he comes back and he doesn't have that quick acceleration because, as Dave put it, what did he say? The leg's not at the stage that he can compete. Hopefully he can get the leg at stage. But you know what? You get 2 injuries like that, you miss 2 years, and the window's closing a little bit on your opportunities.
Yeah, the situation, with the team today is if you're healthy, you are playing in this game. There are some players, some veteran players that are not playing in this game. Mark Stephen already mentioned Bryce Bell. He is likely going to be your starting center, but he is dealing with a little bit of an injury as well. It's the chest, muscle injury. The other guy that I'm a little concerned about, Greg, is Clark Barnes. Clark Barnes can't seem to stay healthy. Like, he's got all the tools and, very, very exciting for Calgary Stampeder fans. But, sure, and here's Clark Barnes again, on the injured list. He twisted his neck and his head. So I hope this guy can stay healthy, because I would like to see him play a whole season and see what he can actually do.
Yeah, and you know what? A lot of guys got lots of talent. A lot of guys can look great in drills, and a lot of guys can play in professional football. But you can't have a long career if you're always hurt. Everybody gets hurt. I mean, I played 10 years. I had lots of injuries. But some guys' bodies, they're always hurt. And if you're going to be like that, you're never going to be a pro football player. Let's hope Clark isn't one of those guys, because I've seen many guys like that with much talent that can't keep themselves on the field till they get to the point where the coaches just can't rely on it and their career's done. Let's hope that's not the case with Clark.
Okay, that's the injury report. The injury report brought to you by the Cooperators Insurance Plans, Investment Plans. They do both. Cooperators.ca. Lisa Hillary.
Greg, I got a question for you. Longtime Calgary Special Teams Coordinator and Assistant Head Coach Mark Killam, making his head coaching debut, of course, with the Elks tonight. We heard a clip from him earlier. He still seems pretty bitter about, parting ways, with this organization here in Calgary. What is your take?
Well, anytime you get released, you're maybe, I think Mark's probably upset that he got, terminated. But the thing is, Mark landed at such a great spot, so that's going to cushion it, and time heals all wounds. I think he's going to get over it. But certainly there's probably a little bit of bitterness back there because you got rejected by a team that you're with for 20 years. Any player, coach, whatever, when they get rejected, they do feel a little bitterness. So, yeah, I think it's there. But Mark's a professional guy. Out of all the guys I ever had the chance as a broadcaster to talk to, and he was so good to me, and I just want him to succeed. I really, but for the Stampeders now, I'm cheering for the Elks simply because of Mark Killam. Because I don't
he's
like
somewhat of a local guy. He's from Lethbridge, so it's kind of like coming back for him.
And he's been in Calgary, and he's, was here for so long. He was one of the first strength and conditioning coaches for my son when he was preparing to play college football. I mean, he just goes way back. He's got Calgary roots. Mark's going to be bitter, but I remember the first time I got benched, I was bitter. I wanted to go out and show him that, hey, you guys are wrong. You don't know what the freak you're talking about. But that's how he's a very competitive guy, and he's going to be bitter. Time will heal that wound that he maybe feelings has with the Stampeders, and he's going to be professional enough to kind of move on and make that bitterness focus with just making the Elks better.
And I used to hear it in the NHL all the time, and of course in any league, right? You haven't made it until you're fired.
Yeah, it's so true. So true. And the other interesting thing is this is a preseason game. So,
yeah, exactly, Doc,
it won't really mean much tonight, but when Labor Day rolls around, Greg Peterson, there's going to maybe be a little incentive on the bulletin board. Do they do that in the CFL?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the time. You remember about my big story.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I said, the Elks, Eskimos had a terrible name, and then they went out and blew us out 35-4. Did I ever have to eat crow after that with the meeting, I'll tell you.
That sounds good. Lisa, we're going to let you get ready for the sidelines. You're replacing Dave McIver today. Thanks for helping on the pregame show.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great show, and we'll talk to you in a bit.
All right, Lisa Hillary, as we say goodbye to Lisa, but we're not saying goodbye to anybody else. Greg Peterson stays with me here on the pregame show. So much to get to, so much to talk about. Just a reminder, Sports Talk with Jock and the CFL Insider. CFL Insider with Glenn Suter is brought to you by Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak. Glenn Suter is going to join me twice a week again this season on Sports Talk with Jock, every Tuesday night, every Thursday night, as we will talk all things Canadian Football League related with Glenn Suter, or CFL Insider. That is starting the first week of June, so make sure you tune in to Sports Talk with Jock. When we come back on Sports Talk with Jock, we're going to talk about an interesting thing the Calgary Stampeders did this training camp. And if you look back to the game last week against the BC Lions, the one thing that stands out, the Stampeders were a very, very disciplined team. You don't see that in the preseason very often. Normally, with all the new faces and all the new American players coming in, you see penalty after penalty after penalty. Last week, the Calgary Stampeders only took 6 penalties. Why? Well, there is a reason. At least we think there's a reason. We'll talk about it when we come back here on the pregame show. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder Football. Thanks so much for tagging along as you are listening to QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Let's go!
Cheers. So much flavor. Cheers.
Cheers. It's time to get warmed up.
This is going to be one hell of a competition.
What'd you guys name? The winning meal.
Wow.
There's a
party happening in my mouth.
I'm here and I'm hungry.
I love to cook. Ooh, I was called a chef. I must be doing something right.
This spring, only on Flavor Network. Stream on Stack TV.
Brought to you by Pandora, official launch partner of Flavor Network.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary.
Warming you up for a 7:30 kickoff tonight between the Edmonton Elks and the Calgary Stampeders. A quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. We're about 45 minutes away from that opening kickoff with Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Welcome back to the pregame show. I'm Jock Wilson. You know, we look back at Holiday Monday, and the Calgary Stampeders did beat the BC Lions 26-16 in Victoria. Hey, what did it tell you? It told you the Calgary Stampeder rookies were maybe a little bit better than the BC Lions rookies, but there were a couple of takeaways from that game. And the number one takeaway for me was the fact that the Calgary Stampeders only had 6 penalties that entire game. Unheard of for a preseason game. 6 penalties for 57 yards. Was there a reason the Calgary Stampeders were so disciplined? Well, it is an interesting story because Mark Stephen mentioned this on the broadcast last week. The Calgary Stampeders did something a little bit different. They brought in former official Bud Steen to help out during training camp. Here is Calgary Stampeder head coach and GM Dave Dickinson.
Bud Steen, he's been in the league for a long time, and he'd kind of been helping out Edmonton, and from what I was told is Edmonton didn't want his help, so he called here, and I always thought it was a great idea. I felt it was one of those things where, you can get officials maybe for your scrimmages and that, but we had a game that was going to occur so fast. I just wanted somebody there and let the guys kind of bounce ideas off. And we always hit the rule changes, and we always do things that we try to force the guys to think. Did it help? I don't know, but I do feel like our guys kind of knew what to expect. I think we've been really hammering in game situations and the things we think are important, and I think that really helped us get the win.
Well, if you look at 6 penalties and 57 yards, for 57 yards, Greg Peterson, it had to help because normally you see penalty flag after penalty flag in preseason football.
Oh, yeah, it's incredible only to get 6. I think that's, look it up. Maybe it's one of the records. Well, I think Mark looked that one up because that is very good. And I'll tell you, it really does help to have referees because you get in practice, you're trying to show to the coaches you're good, and you cheat. The wide receivers cheat. I mean, it used to bug me like crazy in practice where those guys would be 4 to 5 yards over the line of scrimmage when they were snapping the ball. No side judge to call it, and then the guy catches a deep one on you, and you can't say to the coach, well, they're cheating. They're chewing you out because you got beat on that play. Or if you're a defensive back, you get to hold. And the fact you got a referee there, I would try and do it as a pro team. If you got the finances, I'd be trying to do it almost every practice during your Skelly or whatever because it definitely helps you with your discipline.
Any other takeaways for you from Monday?
I was very impressed with the returners. We got a battle going on right now with the returners. I think Brooks going into that game had it, but I'll tell you what, Horton really played well, and so I'm really just interested to see how the returners are going to do. I was happy with P.J. Walker, except I think he threw a lot up and good things happen. That's not always going to be the case, but he's got a rifle of an arm, and he reminds me of a guy that has such a strong arm. He thinks he can rip the quarter hanging off your finger from 30, 35 yards out, and so he thinks he can get it in there. But I think he's just got to learn, just not to do that, because he threw about 5 deep balls that all of them should have been picked. And 2 of them ended up being pass interference and ended up good. The other one's incomplete. That's not always going to be the case. But for that, I was very impressed with the quarterback today.
He does have a lively arm. We're going to talk more about P.J. Walker. He's going to back up Vernon Adams tonight, probably see him in the second half of this football game tonight. But when we come back, Greg Peterson's going to take a look at the marquee matchup. The marquee matchup brought to you by our friends at Country Hills Toyota. You're listening to QR Calgary, the proud voice of your Calgary Stampeders.
Inspiration. It's where all great things start. When you bring your renovation ideas to the designers and expert craftsmen at Renovations by Hearth & Home, it inspires them to create with you the renovation project you've been dreaming of. Whether your project is big or small, the in-house team at Renovations by Hearth & Home have the experience to ensure your dreams come to life.
Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get In and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get In and Go event. On now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2, QR Calgary 770.
And welcome back to the pregame show. Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson warming you up for the Stamps and the Edmonton Elks. And Greg, let's get to the marquee matchup. The marquee matchup is brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. Granted, it's still a preseason game, but is there any matchup you're looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking to see how our quarterbacks do, especially Vernon Adams. I want to see how Vernon's going to be playing with the other 11 starters. So I'm interested to see how our starters playing tonight are going to match up against the Elks' not so good starters, because they're not going to be playing. So I expect them to do very well, and if they don't, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. So that's the matchup I'm going to be looking. It's probably going to happen early in the game as well.
I must have read your mind, because I wrote down one thing for my marquee matchup. It was Vernon Adams. Let's hear from Vernon Adams as he's excited about this opportunity tonight.
Trying not to peak too early, but just excited for the opportunity for the guys, the team, this organization, man, to get out here and put on a good show for the fans, and that's what we plan to do.
Where are you in terms of comfort and familiarity with the offense and the people around you?
Yeah, I think that's a question for another day, but I'm not 100% comfortable, I'll tell you that. So just still working each day and just trying to keep building success and chemistry with the guys. A quote by Russell Wilson, the separation's in the preparation, so I just want to keep preparing up until the last second. And I know J.C. Sherritt's over there going to do a good job and trying to come after me and do some things like that. So it should be fun. I just got to trust my reads, get these guys the ball, let them do the rest.
You've been very successful in your career moving from team to team. What's the key for a guy in your spot to have that success when you go to a new team, new playbook and everything?
Just being yourself, you know what I'm saying? I can't change and be anybody else who anybody wants me to be. I'm myself. I bring energy, passion, leadership, and I just try to make plays. I try to make big plays, but I want to limit some turnovers. I know that's been the bad part of my career, is having too many turnovers. So if I can take care of the ball a little bit better, I think we're going to be in good shape this year.
Greg, I love his honesty, because he knows where his weaknesses are, and that's, he's got to limit the turnovers. And hey, his honesty right off the top there, when Mark asked him, he says, hey, I'm not 100% comfortable with this offense yet. And you got to take that, for what it is, because he is learning a new offense.
Well, yeah, and he's probably put hundreds of hours already in, and 90% of the guys, if they're asked that question, they're going to go, yeah, I'm fine. But, you're right. I loved his honesty. He's quite not there yet. I loved his quote, too. I'm going to have to write that one down. Separation is the preparation. So, that's a good quote. The guys, that could be kind of a matchup tonight. We're going to be some guys are going to separate themselves tonight because they prepared well. But I'm looking for certain guys are going to make their pro debut tonight, and they're going to separate themselves and make the team.
That's the marquee matchup. The marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. We're going to talk a little defensive side of the football when we come back. The pregame show continues after this short break. This is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. We are, of course, entertainment radio station.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2, QR Calgary 770.
Welcome back to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. The Calgary Stampeders could have 10 new starters on the defensive side of the ball this season. They have revamped the defensive line. You got some new linebackers in the mix, a whole new look in the secondary as well. One of the big free agent signings for the Calgary Stampeders in the offseason from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. After they cut Mike Rose, they needed a big stud in the middle. And they went out and signed Miles Brown, formerly of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Now, Mark Steven asked Miles Brown earlier this week, are you better as a run stopper? Are you better as a pass rusher?
I love my job. My job is to affect the passer as much as it is to affect the run. And I'm going to do both of them. So,
that's good. In terms of it, just coming here, what were your expectations when you signed over here?
I expect always to win and win championships. I come to work and I focus hard. My goal, my being, everything about who I am and what I am is focused on winning. Winning a championship, and I'm looking forward to doing that with this group.
I acknowledge it's a preseason game, but are you eager to get on the field?
Oh, man, I'm excited. I'm really excited. It's been a long few months for me. But, the offseason went well. Camp's been going really well so far. I feel good. I'm healthy. I'm strong. I'm excited to get back on the field.
How about Flo Ormalad, who would have been a rival all these years? What's it like being side by side with him?
I love being alongside Flo. I think we're going to have the ability to put together a nice sequence of rushes when we have the opportunity, games when we have an opportunity. Of course, his leadership, his championship experience brings another
sort of
level right to the mix. And I appreciate him and who he is and how he comes to work, how he approaches work, and I'm happy to play with him.
It's interesting they mentioned Flo. And Dave Dickinson was asked earlier this week, who has been the biggest surprise in training camp? And this was Dave Dickinson's answer.
I forget how good Flo is. I mean, I guess when you don't see him on a daily basis, he works extremely hard. You guys know that, but just watching him in person, how he handles himself, I do think, honestly, it's one of those things where when you lose a guy and then he comes back, you're like, man, he is good. So that's what we're looking for, is that guy that certainly will command double teams and get a lot of attention and then cause the other team some headaches.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Calgary Stampeders are hoping. That's why they made the trade with the Toronto Argonauts, sending Cam Judge, a very good linebacker, a Canadian linebacker, to bring back Flo Ormalade. And Greg Peterson, I know tonight we got 15 defensive linemen dressed, so there's going to be a rotation there. But, when you look at the starters, Hicks, Hutchins, Brown, Ormalade, these could be, your starters come the season.
Yeah, they could, but I think there's some competition going on. But for Flo and Miles, probably there's some huge battles going on there, because last week the defensive line played very well. You had guys like Peterson all of a sudden rise to the crop, and that Cedric Wilcox, I think I picked him as the player of the game. I mean, that kid's coming up and doing really, really well. So, you know what? Last year, we have to admit, our defensive line was one of our weaknesses. We couldn't stop the run. They went out and got some bigger guys and put some guys together to stop the run as well as get the pass. I think we're going to do a lot better in the defensive line category.
What a surprise that you would first give a shout out to Peterson, on the defensive line. What's up with
Sean
that?
Peterson, 6'3", 231. He's a rookie out of Central Florida. Not related to me, and he's probably a heck of a lot bigger than me, and Probably better than me, too.
Yeah, well, he is bigger than you. There is no question about that. We got to take a break. When we come back here on the pregame show, time for the player profile. Mark Steven is going to check in with a member of the Calgary Stampeders. Who's he going to talk to tonight? P.J. Walker, who will back up Vernon Adams. You're going to see P.J. Walker in the second half tonight. We saw him start last week against the BC Lions. P.J. Walker up next here on the home of the Calgary Stampeders. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal, get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
Vernon Adams will get the start for the Calgary Stampeders tonight against the Edmonton Elks, and then coming into the second half will be P.J. Walker, who got the start for the Calgary Stampeders against the Lions last week. Time for our player profile here on the pregame show with P.J. Walker. Here is Mark Steven.
Stampeder quarterback P.J. Walker with us. And first of all, P.J. got on the field Monday in that game on Vancouver Island. How was it just getting on the field? How do you think you performed?
I thought it was great just to get out there, get the feel of the game. Thought I could have made some improvements, just I'm going to keep working, though. Take it one day at a time, keep getting better, and just keep trying to stack good days. I think over time, everything will slow down for me. But right now, I just got to stick to my reads and stick to my progressions and just play the game.
How'd you get involved in football as a young guy? Tell us through your football journey there and how it took you to the NFL and then here to Canada.
Yeah, man, my mom put the ball in my hands early, just with the opportunity to go out there and play youth football at the age of 7. I started out, I was like, they wanted me to play running back, and like my dad was like, no, I got a quarterback. So, with the opportunity that I had just to go play quarterback as a kid and be around my friends, it was awesome. I just think that, with the opportunity that just keep presenting itself with, a lot of guys playing quarterback, like myself and VA, all these other young guys, just continue to just try to build on, the process of being a really good quarterback. It takes a lot, but I think we have nothing but time and opportunity in front of us to just keep getting better.
What drives you in football? Because you're a bit of an older Canadian football league rookie. You're not a rookie, but you're an older Canadian football league rookie. What's kind of the drive?
Just the opportunity, for me, and I want to be great, So, with the expectations on myself of just being great day in and day out, it just takes a lot. But the process that. The process of being a great football player and the process of just continuing to get better every day, I think that's what drives me. And I have a young daughter now. She's 14 months. She'll be 15 months soon. For me, this is for her to see me play. I think that's going to be the most awesome thing in the world. I got the opportunity to get some videos back to me after the game I played on Monday of her watching me play. It was awesome. I almost shed a tear watching the video, so it was pretty cool.
Good. You're a New York guy, so obviously you grew up with a lot of sports around.
Close to New York. Close to New York.
All right. Let's talk about your favorite teams, Jets or Giants?
Oh, that's a good question, but I'm a Jets fan, man. Shout out to my dad, rest in peace. He was a big Jets fan. He brought me along right with him.
Okay. Mets or Yankees in baseball?
Yankees all day and Derek Jeter all day.
Okay. Basketball, Brooklyn Nets, New York Nets?
New York Nets. The New Jersey Nets.
That's what they were.
New Jersey Nets.
That's right, yeah.
Favorite player, Jason Kidd growing up.
All right. You got 3 hockey teams there, the Islanders.
That's my team. Yeah, New Jersey Devils.
That's it?
That's it, just the Devils.
Well, around here it might have to be the Calgary Flames.
It will be.
All right. Well, PJ, listen, thanks for stopping by and sharing your story, and good luck in your journey here in 2025.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Good stuff. Mark Steven, P.J. Walker. We'll see what P.J. Walker can do tonight against the Edmonton Elks. We got to take another quick break. A quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. We are just over 30 minutes away from that opening kickoff. Mark and Greg will have the call for you just after 7:30 tonight. Preseason schedule comes to an end for the Calgary Stampeders. More great Stampeder football coverage after this short break on QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyriq or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyriq Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal, get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
I just wanted like a fresh start, a place where I know I can come and make an immediate impact, become more of a leader, and just come to an organization where I know where I'm valued at, and I know that I have a big impact on winning. And I don't know, just come here, and my main goal in mind is to win the Grey Cup. So that will never teeter, but I just want to test myself, see how much better I can become a leader and lead the secondary group.
That is Damon Webb. Damon Webb, a free agent signing by the Calgary Stampeders in the offseason. He is going to be your starting safety tonight. And Greg Peterson, I look at the secondary, and again, there are a lot of guys dressed tonight, so there are still some battles going on. But I think you could see your starting two corners in this game. Tyler Richardson replacing DeMario Houston. I was given the indication that he will have the first shot at that weak boundary side, a starting corner job. And I think what may surprise a few people, but I know Brendan Mahoney gave me the heads up on this on Sports Talk with Jock. They wanted to move Ben LaBrosse to the strong field side corner, and we're going to see Ben LaBrosse get the start there tonight. Is a young Canadian ready to play that strong field side corner?
Well, as a matter of fact, Jock, they've got all Canadians there. It's become a position now, and I don't really like it in the CFL, but they got some positions that, kind of designated to be a Canadian position. When I played, it was always the offensive line. They're kind of like that wide side corner. You get a guy that can cover, and it's becoming more of a Canadian position. So you got Ben LaBrosse starting there, and you got Daniel Amoko and Godfrey and Robinson. Yeah, they're all Canadians out there, and that's because it's way out there. And so I think Ben, though, he's got the cover ability. You got the speed. You got a little more time to read. The ball doesn't come as quick at you. Things aren't happening so fast in front of you like on the weak side, so you got some time to react. So I'm looking forward to having some Canadians out there compete for that. Ben LaBrosse, I think, will do a good job.
Yeah. How about Damon Webb at that safety position?
Well, that's where you got to have a guy that can really know the game. You're making the checks. Team comes out in a certain formation. You have to get the guys out, and you have to do it really quick. It's not like you pull out your playbook and say, "Oh yeah, I'm supposed to check out of this." You got to be doing it way ahead of time, and you got to be a good tackler, a good open field tackler. And Damon Webb's had a good career in the CFL, and he's got to be a leader. It's kind of the nature of being in the safety position. It's like being a quarterback. If you're going to be a quarterback or a safety, you kind of have to be a leader out there on the field.
Anthony Johnson looked pretty good at that weak side, corner position. But Tyler Richardson, he's got some experience. He's been with the team, and early indication he's got the inside track, for DeMario Houston's old spot.
I think so. He's got, as you said, he's got that experience, and he had a good year last year. He played really well for. I think he was only in his second year, but he's not a real big guy, but good feet, quick, reads really well, studies, always in the film room studying. So that's the type of guy you want on that weak side corner. We got to hope our secondary does better. Last year, again, they didn't do that well. And the big critique of the secondary was that they couldn't tackle. They weren't aggressive enough to come up and make the tackle. So they got a couple of guys in there that are a little bit bigger. They got Anthony Johnson. He's a real big guy, 6'2", 210. So that's instead of just being able to cover, they want those guys going in there, sticking their nose in there to stop the run a little bit more.
Well, I know when you and I were playing golf yesterday at Willow Park, we talked a little bit about the secondary, and it is, a question mark for this team moving forward. But, it's a team game, Greg Peterson, and I would say the defensive line maybe let the secondary down a little bit last year. If you don't pressure the quarterback and don't make the quarterback uncomfortable, obviously the quarterback's going to have lots of time to pick those open receivers.
Well, exactly. And if you don't get the quarterback down on the ground when they start scrambling, I don't care how good a secondary you are. You can't cover forever. Guys like Vernon Adams make you look bad when you've got great coverage. So, the fact our secondary wasn't that great last year, probably a lot of it was because our defensive line wasn't that great. On the other hand, if you could have the worst secondary, it's kind of like an offense. I think you have to have a good O-line. You have a good O-line, you can run the ball, you can do everything. You have to have a good D-line. You can have an average secondary, you have a good line, defensive line, and it makes an average secondary look okay.
Well, and you got to be able to stop the run. I go back to that BC game, that opening drive. They ran the ball down the Stampeders' throats. They scored that opening touchdown, and you're thinking, here we go again. So, again, that's going to be something to watch, I think, this season for Stampeder fans.
Yeah, everybody's expecting them to get better. Everybody wants them to get better. They've come out and said they're going to be better, so we'll see.
In 90 seconds, we're going to hear from Stampeder head coach Dave Dickinson. The interview with the coach is up next for our friends at Tom's House of Pizza. This is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
The Get In and Go event is on now, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Once again, it's the best time of year to buy your new Toyota. The best inventory, the best interest rates of the year, as low as 0%. And the best trade-in bang for your buck. Don't miss the Get In and Go event on now at South Point Toyota.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote. Inspiration. It's where all great things start. When you bring your renovation ideas to the designers and expert craftsmen at Renovations by Hearth and Home, it inspires them to create with you the renovation project you've been dreaming of. Whether your project is big or small, the in-house team at Renovations by Hearth and Home have the experience to ensure your dreams come to life. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to your Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football broadcast on QR Calgary. I'm Jock Wilson with Greg Peterson, warming you up for the Stamps and the Edmonton Elks. First preseason test for the Edmonton Elks. It is the final preseason test for the Calgary Stampeders, as the Stampeders will open the regular season on June the 7th, a Saturday afternoon here at McMahon Stadium against Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Hamilton Tiger Cats actually in action this evening in Hamilton. They have a 14-10 lead over the Grey Cup champion Toronto Argonauts. That is in the fourth quarter. Earlier today, Winnipeg Blue Bombers knocked off the Saskatchewan Roughriders 15-9, and the Montreal Alouettes at home were beaten 23-7 by the Ottawa Red Blacks. One game going on in the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight. The Florida Panthers have a goal from Nico Mikkola, as the Panthers looking to take a commanding 3-0 stranglehold on the Eastern Conference Final. They have a 1-0 lead over the Carolina Hurricanes. Hey, right now it's time to check in with Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson. The interview with the coach is brought to you by Tom's House of Pizza. Here is the voice of the Calgary Stampeders, Mark Stephen.
Dave, I look at your lineup. Looks like a lot of experience in that lineup. Many starters who I assume will start June 7th. How much time do you want to give those guys?
It's going to vary. I mean, if you've played a lot of years in the league but haven't played with us, you might actually play a little bit more. If we've got more familiarity with your game, maybe not as much. But we want a little bit of momentum. I mean, we got, in theory, a bye week after this. We'll practice. But, if you do get nicked a little bit, hopefully you can be ready for week 1. So we're going to play our guys to try to get our rhythm, get our timing, get our trust with the guys we're playing next to. And hopefully we're using that to take us into week 1 versus Hamilton.
This is the first opportunity for the fans to see Vernon Adams live, your big off-season acquisition. How's he done in his first Calgary camp?
It's been good, and he's, I like his energy, but I also like he wants to be the best. He's very motivated. He's tough on himself, which I think sometimes we have to. We love that you're motivated and that you want to do the right things, but everyone's going to make mistakes. So let's move to the next play. Quarterback room has been pretty good. I think we need to start stretching the ball down the field and make some big throws, big plays. We'll see if we can do that this week.
Dave, you do have one game under your belt, as you mentioned. From the BC game, you've had a few days to digest it. What's the thing you did best and you liked, and what's the other thing that, maybe you've emphasized with the guys you got to see more of?
I think probably the best thing we did is we played by the rules for young guys in the first game. I didn't feel like we panicked when the ball was in the air. We stayed on side. We lined up correctly. We kept our poise. I think that's number one. The thing we need to be better at, I just didn't feel like we were very explosive. I didn't feel like we trusted that we could win our one-on-one matchups. We got to be faster, and we got to be more explosive.
One position group that caught my eye, I thought you ran the ball pretty well there, and you got 5 really good running backs that are going to have to fight for that time.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be hard to get them all carries this game. We'll see. But, you do evaluate. Certainly the guys that played last week, those are carries we evaluate. We want to see Mills and Antwi get some carries this week. We do know who they are, though, so we're really not sure how we're going to, line up in week 1. So overall, been a good group. I think that group and then maybe our returners were the two groups I thought that stood out in this past game. So we'll see what happens this game.
Just a quick thought on facing Edmonton and a familiar head coach. Obviously, it's preseason game 1 for them. Just thoughts on facing them.
Yeah, well, Mark's put 20-plus years in over here, did a great job for us, and I know he's excited for that opportunity up there. We know him, he knows us. It's preseason, but you're still playing a rival, and we want to play well, and we want to play fast, aggressive, physical football. I'm sure every coach says that. Let's see which one of the players buy into that.
All right, game 1 of the preseason at home. Dave, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
All right, thanks to Mark, thanks to the coach. The Coach's Show is brought to you by Tom's House of Pizza, serving Calgarians pizza made to perfection since 1963. We haven't talked much about the running backs, Greg Peterson, and yeah, Dietrich Mills is your number 1 running back heading into the season. He was one of the top running backs in the league last season, missed a few games for personal reasons. They went out inside just when Antwi. We're going to see him a little bit tonight. He's got some Calgary connections. Evans, Benjamin, and Choquette, they all looked really, really good last week. How do you think it's going to play out with the running backs tonight?
It's going to be a tough decision on the coaches because obviously we're going to keep Mills, but you know what? Dietrich had some issues last year, and he's going to have to keep himself out of those issues. And we got a bunch of guys who don't have issues that are really looking good. Benjamin adds a little bit of different element. He's not as tough maybe as Mills going up the middle, but he's got that breakaway speed. And I'll tell you what, Choquette, the rookie from Long Island out of Quebec, we saw him turn the corner. I guess he ran like a 4.7 40 in the camp, and everybody didn't take him. Oh, you can't have a guy that runs a 4.7 40. Well, you know what? He was going pretty fast when he went around the end and got that touchdown and beat all those guys. So sometimes, game speed, sometimes a little bit different. So I was impressed with all of them. I'm pretty excited for the running backs this year.
Yeah, we'll see how that one certainly plays out tonight. We got to take our final break here on the pregame show. When we come back, Greg Peterson is going to be back as he's going to break down the game with his keys to the game. The keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. You're listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at shanehomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Yeah, turn that. You know, Greg Peterson, we've talked a lot about the battles heading into this game tonight, and the one battle we haven't talked about, the punting battle. The Calgary Stampeders need a new punter. Cody Grace is now with the enemy. He's with the Edmonton Elks. The Stampeders drafted 2 players in the global draft, 2 Australian punters. They went head-to-head last week on Vancouver Island. They're going to go head-to-head again tonight. You got Fraser Mazin from, of course, Ole Miss, and then you've got Mark Bassett from the University of Colorado and Deion Sanders fame. Has anybody taken the edge, in your opinion?
No, I think that's a real battle going into this game because no one's really risen above the other one. They're both got good, powerful legs. They're both big guys, 6'4", 130, 119. That's a battle going on. We'll have to see who's going to rise to the top, I guess, with the preparation, as they say.
Okay, well, rising to the top for the keys to the game is Greg Peterson. Again, preseason game, but his preseason number 2, the final preseason test. Greg Peterson, so important for the veterans, but really important for the young players trying to make one last impact to make this team.
Yeah, this is the last chance they get, and they're not going to get as many reps either. There's going to be... You might be for one series, you might get 5-6 plays, and as I said last time, make yourself known by making good plays. So, yeah, it's going to be a big test.
So what are your keys to the game?
Keys to the game, key number 1, quarterback play. We want to see Vernon Adams and P.J. Walker play well and make something happen. I want to see both these guys make plays. The coaches want to see that. The players want to see it. Jock, you want to see it. We want to see some hope from that quarterback position. To me, that's going to be a key coming out of this game. And then who's going to rise up? You and I talked about it. Returners. We've got Benjamin, Horton, Brooks. Who's going to be one of those guys that rise to the occasion? Running backs, Benjamin, Evans, Choquette. Again, which one of them are going to rise? Same with the defensive line. So coming out of this game, a key is I want to see which one of these guys are going to separate themselves from the others and have another big game. And the last one, I always say it in the preseason, but I just want to come out of this game without a serious injury. We talked about how Ryan Jones, our fullback, got hurt, and that really blew a chink into the plans of the Stampeders. I'm just hoping we get out of this game without any serious injuries to those guys that the coaches have plans for.
Very well said, and that's a wrap. The keys to the game brought to you by the Alberta Ford dealers. As I say, that's a wrap for the pregame show. Up next, 4 quarters of Stampeder play-by-play action with Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Mark is going to be right back with the Stampeders starting lineups. He will also have the Stampeder opening drive. The opening drive brought to you by Claus Tractors. Check them out. First, Mark's going to take a look at the starting lineups. He'll do that on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get It and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get It and Go event on now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to your Alberta Ford Dealers. Stampeder football on QR Calgary. And now let's get to the starting lineups. Mark Steven with you here on a sunny Saturday evening. Let's get to the Edmonton Elks, who brought an awful lot of hopefuls and maybes to this game today. Their offensive line, left to right, Evans, Grohovic, Morton, and McKellar, one of their big free agent signings, and Clayton Bradley. The receivers, a big dude, Victor Calhoun, Arkel Smith, Zach Mathis, and Kyrus Jackson. The Stampeders line up defensively. This is real close to what I could see on opening day. Hicks, Hutchins, Brown, and Flo Ormalad are the front four. Micah Tights, Markel Lee, and Derek Moncrief are the linebackers. Defensive back, we talked about them. On the corners, Richardson and Ben LaBrosse, Lucien and Grant are the halfbacks, along with Webb at the safety spot. I think we'll see some of Bentley Saunders, though, when the season draws closer. The starters for the Edmonton Elks, well, here we go. You ready for this? Their starting quarterback is going to be Cody Fajardo. Their running back is Artemis Pierce. Offensively for the Stampeders, DeMurray, Williams, Brown, and Cano and Coker, the starting line. The receivers, Horton, Philpott, Reggie Beggleton, Dominique Grimes, and Cam Eccles. Running back is Dedrick Mills. The quarterback is going to be Vernon Adams. The line, Jonathan Kongbo, Quincy Ledette, Shakel Brown, Noah Taylor. For Edmonton, linebackers, Isbell, first-round pick DeBlanco, and Garnes. The defensive backs, Lewis, Bynum, Logan, Williams, and Ross. As I say, a lot of unfamiliar names. Officials assigned by the Canadian Football League today. The referee is Richie Miller. The umpire is Kyle Mikulak. The down judge is Jordan Tatoski. The line judge is Dan Mulville. Side judge is Ryan Stark. The back judge is Pierre Laporte. And the field judge is going to be Dave Kendall. Our play-by-play broadcast is only moments away on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR, and 107.3 The Edge.
It's almost here.
We're 90 seconds away from the opening kickoff on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Mark Steven and Greg Peterson bring you all the action just as they have for over a quarter century. Call it a wrap on the pregame show. Up next, it's game time.
Calgary Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
On QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Here we go, Stamps fans. The moment you've all been waiting for. Every hit, run, pass, and touchdown. Right here on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
Kickoff is now with Mark Steven and Greg Peterson on your home of the red and white for over 30 years. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on
Nice version of our national anthem. We're coming to you live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event under your Toyota Tower at South Point Toyota. The Canadian Football League plays here. QR Calgary and the Calgary Stampeders bring you tonight's game involving the Stampeders and the Edmonton Elks, the second of two preseason games. In the booth, Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson forming the longest broadcast tandem in CFL history. And Greg, just some quick final thoughts.
Beautiful day, Mark, for a preseason game. Coming off a good preseason win for the Stampeders. We'll see who some of these rookies rise to the occasion. Some of these veterans solidify their position. Looking for a good one tonight.
Coming up, the opening kickoff, 90 seconds away. More great Stampeder football on your voice of the Stamps, QR Calgary.
Celebrate 8 decades of Stampeders football. Get your tickets for the Stampeders' 80th birthday party as we kick off the 2025 football season at McMahon Stadium.
Watch Vernon Adams Jr.'s debut versus Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats on June 7th. It's going to be a party in McMahon to start the season with something for fans of all ages.
The next chapter of the Stampeders' legacy starts here. Get your tickets to the Stampeders' 80th birthday party at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
The Get In and Go event is on now under the tower at South Point Toyota. Once again, it's the best time of year to buy your new Toyota. The best inventory, the best interest rates of the year as low as 0%. And the best trade-in bang for your buck. Don't miss the Get In and Go event on now at South Point Toyota.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
This is Markel Lee, linebacker for the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
The Stampeders huddling around their coaches on the west sidelines in their red tops with the white numerals and the red pants. The Elks in their gold pants with the white tops and the green numerals to get this game going. And let's check in. Looks like it's windy, at least based on the flags. How's it at field level, Lisa Hillary?
Hi, Mark. Well, current temperatures are about 18 degrees, but don't let the sun... With the wind, it's a little chillier at 16, and those winds are coming from the southeast. They're stable, but, you know, they get up to about 15, 16 miles per hour, and it gets a little chilly. So depending on which way they kick this ball here, we'll see if it's in favor of the Calgary Stampeders.
There we go. Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR. The Elks are going to kick off from the south end to our broadcast right. They have a wide-open competition for their place kicker. They let Boris Beatty go in the offseason. Great leg, just not great accuracy. And Campbell Fair, who was here a couple of years ago, he's one of the return candidates. But let's be blunt, nobody's knocking Rennie Paredes out. Rennie Paredes leaves when Rennie Paredes decides to leave. So he's going to try and catch on with Edmonton there. So let's just wait and see what happens.
Well, and as Lisa said, Mark, they're kicking with the wind, so they should be able to boot this one down to about the goal line or even through. We'll have to see. But talked about it in the pregame, Mark. I'm looking forward to some of these returners. They did so well last game. They got upfield, didn't have any fear, weren't going east-west, hitting north-south, and we'll see how they do on this kickoff return.
Thanks for listening wherever you are. Glad to be a part of Stampeder Football, their first home game, second preseason game. Ludovic Choquetto had that amazing touchdown run as the returner to the far side. Rookie Eno Benjamin to the near side. Fair waits for time to be whistled in. 144 players here, so you're going to hear a lot of names. But for those of you in the stadium, the CFL numbering rules and ratio rules aren't enforced in the preseason just because of the large number of players. You're going to see some double numbers and some oddball numbers, but hey, we're playing football, and that's all that counts. underway, and Fair sends it downfield, 7:38 local. It takes a bounce, and it's picked up by Benjamin at the 20, at the 30, cuts left, 35 at the 40, and falls forward to about the 43-yard line as he picked that up like a shortstop. And the Stampeders will start out at about the 42-yard line. Nice return on the play. Nice tackle by Taylor, the linebacker.
Yeah, not a great kick, though. I was wondering why you line drive kick it. You don't get much hang time at all. And good play by Benjamin, as you called it, Mark. Scoop it up like a shortstop and get upfield. He did up to the 40-yard line.
The time is now for the Class Stampeders opening drive. The makers of Precision Farm Equipment. Class made for more. Stampeders at the 40-yard line with Adams at the controls. He is back. Throws a stop route downfield. Caught by Rhymes. Gets 50 up to the 52-yard line. And that should be, in fact, it is a first down for the Calgary Stampeders.
Great read that time by Adams. Mark had 3 receivers to the wide side. They all just ran stop routes, and Vernon just says, okay, I'm going to pick the open guy, the outside guy, and the third guy were covered, and the middle guy's wide open, stop, catch, lunge upfield, you got a first down. Good opening play.
To the 52-yard line, that's where the Stampeders are. They come out of the huddle. Now Rhymes part of a 4-pack to the wide right side. Mills is in the backfield. Adams gives to Mills, slashes through the left side on a hole, picks up a couple of yards before he's knocked to the ground.
Yeah, they pulled the offside guard and tried to trap out the end, but there was a little bit of a high snap, and the meshing point between the quarterback Adams and Mills, the tailback, wasn't that good. Consequently, only got a yard.
Second down and 9 yards to go. Kongbo, a veteran, one of the few, with the tackle. Passing down here, second down Stampeders, 53-yard line, their own. 9 yards to go, 5 receivers out. Reggie Beggleton in motion to the line wide side. Linebacker blitz is on. Adams is back, sends out, throwing a post corner deep, and that is cut by Rhymes. 25 at the 20, down to about the 18-yard line, and you'll see that a lot this year. Adams to Rhymes. It's a big first down deep into Edmonton territory.
And nobody covered Rhymes, and blowing coverage by the outs that time. Dominique Rhymes, the big 6'4", 270. He ran a post corner. We had a guy that went into the middle of the field, Mark, and he took out the corner. Next thing you know, Rhymes is wide open. Adams picked it up right away. Good play, good opening drive so far.
Rhymes told me yesterday he wants to see the horse run down the east side because of a touchdown he made. So who knows? Maybe it's his turn. One back set for Mills, double tight for the Stampeders. They're on the Edmonton 12-yard line. And they give his Tevin Brown receiver sweep. He runs left. He's at the 5 before several else drive him out of bounds on the far side. So the Stampeders moving the ball. A bit of a razzle-dazzle play. And Stampeders, let's see, pick up about 8, 2nd and 2.
Snap the ball to Adams. He kind of flips it forward to Devon Jones, another big guy. We got some big receivers this year, Mark. Devon 6'3", 225, and got around the corner, did a little bit of dancing, but still got 8 yards. Good first down pickup in that red zone.
No doubt about that as the Elks chase him out of bounds. Isbell, the linebacker. Stampeders are second down, 2 yards to go at the 4. Rhymes goes right for the Stampeders. Brooks outside him. Back as Adams the pass. Sets up, floats a pass in the end zone. There's contact in the end zone. Flag is down, and I got to think that is pass interference in the end zone as they were trying to set up Reggie Beggleton. I think that is Nash, who is going to be flagged for the infraction. Yeah. Actually, it's Logan with the infraction. Contact in the end zone. So goal to goal.
Yeah, goal to goal. First down. Should get it. It's a good opening drive by the Stampeders. My key to the game, or a matchup of the game, I should say, was how is that starting offense going to do against probably a scattered with starters defense? Yep. Well, right now they march the ball right down the field.
Goal line opportunity for the Stampeders, and Logan Bonner comes in and under center. Lines are down. He surges right. He's in the end zone. It's a touchdown pending a flag.
Well, 99% of the time it's the defense lining up offside. So what a great opening drive to come out in the way they just marched that ball down the field as if they were going through air almost. There's nobody in the defense, but we'll get the call here from the referee. Offside on the Elks. Anytime you see the side judge throw it when the snap of the ball, it always means offside on the defense. So great opening drive by Vernon Adams in that starting offense of the Stampeders.
It sure was a big drive down the field, led primarily by Dominique Rhymes, big 6'4", and he said he always got tired on the other sideline of having to watch out for that horse. Now it'll run at his discretion if he scores a touchdown. The horse is at the north end by the patio.
I think the greatest touchdown celebration in pro sports, the horse going down the sideline.
Totally. Extra point try by Rennie Paredes. Snap. It's pinned. He kicks it. No debate. The Stampeders are up 7-0. Stampeder football as a whole, and it's QR Calgary. The score, Calgary 7, Edmonton 0. You're listening to Stampeder football, now streaming on QRCalgary.com.
Inspiration. It's where all great things start. When you bring your renovation ideas to the designers and expert craftsmen at Renovations by Hearth and Home, it inspires them to create with you the renovation project you've been dreaming of. Whether your project is big or small, the in-house team at Renovations by Hearth and Home have the experience to ensure your dreams come to life. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Thanks for listening to Stampeders Football. This is quarterback PJ Walker.
And welcome back to Stampeder Football on 107.3 The Edge on QR Calgary. Rennie Paredes will kick off into a fairly stiff breeze. Isaiah Knight, a first-round draft choice, or at least a draft choice of the Elks this year, is back. And Jackson, a receiver candidate, to run this kickoff back. Great opening drive. Stampeders on top 7-0. The kickoff coverage team is on the field for the Stampeders. And Paredes steps into the kick, launching it downfield. Jackson returns on the move, 20 up at the 25, years left at the 30, trying to bust it outside. He's at the 35, and then the Stampeders, 1, 2, 3, 4 Stampeders are there to bring him down. And Peterson, the defensive end, leads the way, so the Elks start out around their 40.
Yeah, Sean Peterson had a great game last game, and if you're a defensive lineman and you're doing well in those special teams, you know, that's going to give you a chance possibly to crack the lineup. The guy that really played well, that was kind of the rookie mark, or rookie to the Stamps, I should say, was Gary Johnson. He had a great game. I call him the horses of the special teams. Guys going down, making those tackles, making those blocks.
Elks at the 40-yard line with Cody Fajardo, 123 CFL games and a former Grey Cup MVP. He's leading the charge. One back set. And they'll get to Pierce out of the backfield, runs left, cuts right. The Stampeders pull him down. They were waiting. Everybody had a chance and a shot at him. Pretty much no gain as Micah Tykes made first contact.
Micah Tykes, a big seventh-year UFC product, Canadian, 6'2", 230, just shot right through there. He was almost shuffling, just waiting for that one. Good job, good upfield penetration that time by the defensive line, getting through those big offensive linemen.
Here come the Edmonton Elks out of the huddle. Calhoun and big tall Victor coming to this side. Play clock at 11. Jardo is back, throws a slant, and that is caught near the 50-yard line. Or did he hang on? He did hang on.
So he's got about 9 big decisions. But, you know, his feet were sliced out from him. He's getting up, but he's hurting, Mark.
Jackson, receiver for Edmonton. But, yeah, he went up in the air and was knocked down very hard. That's one of those things. Stevens, the defensive back. So the Elks are third down in about 1.5. 11 minutes, 5 seconds to play. All at the 48-yard line, right side hash marks.
Things you would do in preseason you would not do in the regular season. Normally teams would be punting with a yard and have to go, but preseason, give the offense another rep. Why not?
Exactly. Find out if you can do it in these pressure situations. Jardo has Pierce in the backfield. And he'll give it to him out of the backfield. He runs left, lowers the shoulder, pushes ahead, and I don't think got the first down. No, I think the Stampeders stopped him.
Well, I think they did. Tyler Richardson, all kinds of DBs jumping up and down, and that's what we wanted to see, a tough run defense. And
Yeah, then Grant was in on the tackle. It's 7-0 Stampeders. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Stampeder football on QR Calgary, bringing you all your CFL action for 3 decades.
Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at ShaneHomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Clarence Eakes, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
7-0 Stampeders on a turnover on downs. Nice scoreboard salute to Mark Killam and a long sustained ovation for him as he's back in Calgary after 20 years with the Stampeders. Adams is the quarterback from the Edmonton 48-yard line. He has the ball, dances, comes to the line of scrimmage and runs, slides to the 40-yard line and picks up about 8 yards.
Mark, it's so nice to see when the quarterback has nothing to go get 8 yards. Haven't seen that in a couple of years, so it's good to see. Ferdinand just took off, saw nobody was open. They had what's called a rebel formation, 3 receivers, one side to the other. Left side of the line just opened up. He went and got, well, I guess 6 yards, but still pretty good first down pickup.
Rhymes in the slot left. Jones outside him to the far side. Now tracking to the near side is big, tall Rhymes on second down. Adams play fake, rolls right, and that pass is knocked down by the end Taylor, who batted it to the ground. Let's check in with Lisa Hillary.
Guys, when you look at the Stampeders depth chart, Reggie Beggleton, of course, is the top receiver. And when listening to him this week, he said this organization needed to get back to a more unified group. And all signs in the early part of training camp and preseason, we're certainly seeing that much more unified. And you certainly see it in practice.
All right, there we go from the sidelines. Punt time for the Stampeders. Messina's on. They're going to split these two guys. Just whatever happens. Kick off and a punt to Jackson. He's going to let it bounce at the 5. Bounce into the end zone about 5 yards deep. He'll go back and take a knee, and the Stampeders get a single point out of the holding.
Yeah, that one he wanted to get that one a little bit more outside, Mark. We're going to go timeout.
Yep, first quarter of Stampeder football. We're here at McMahon Stadium. The score, Calgary 8, Edmonton 0. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Celebrate 8 decades of Stampeders football. Get your tickets for the Stampeders' 80th birthday party as we kick off the 2025 football season at McMahon Stadium.
Watch Vernon Adams Jr.'s debut versus Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats on June 7th. It's going to be a party in McMahon to start the season with something for fans of all ages.
The next chapter of the Stampeders legacy starts here. Get your tickets to the Stampeders' 80th birthday party at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Clarence Eakes, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
Hicks on the field as the Stampeders defense is on the field. There actually was a penalty that Edmonton declined, so they get the ball at the 40. I guess they exchanged the point for field possession, and that's what they have.
And I see Craig Dickinson now talking to Thomas Mark, and I think he's telling him, look, if you got to get up on the line. He was probably a foot back, and just saying, look, you got to at least point. What you can do is if you're that end position, which Thomas was, you point to the referee and go, I'm on, and he goes, no, you got to get up, or whatever, and he's telling him probably you should be doing that.
Hey, first chance to see this brand new turf at McMahon Stadium, replaced in the offseason. I think it looks just fantastic, and there's a game today, but next week, FanFest is here as the Stampeders have sort of a bye week next week, so if you like the turf, the old turf had reached to the end of the line.
It did. This looks the same as me, but does it feel better? That's the thing. Is it softer? Does it? Yeah. And I think it. The other turf was 10 years old, and many say we had a lot of injuries the last 2-3 years, the Stampeders, because of bad turf, but this is the best you can get, so let's hope it's good for the injuries.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. Edmonton is huddling up. Elks, of course, missed the playoffs last year as well. 2 non-playoff teams. First time both Alberta squads missed. Cody Fajardo is the quarterback. Pierce in the backfield, to his right. Now pre-snap motion to the far side. Play fake into the line. Throw downfield on a slant route. That ball is caught, pulled down at about the 53-yard line. Calhoun for the Elks as Tights is over on the tackle, but it is a first down.
Yeah, Calgary had what's called a cloud coverage, so the halfback is way back, and then our middle linebacker, or outside linebacker, I should say, got sucked in by a little fake handoff. That left the wide open just over the right side, and that was an easy pitch and catch for a first down for the Elks.
Jackson and Arkell Smith come to the left side. Now receivers in motion to this side. Snap back to Fajardo on first down. He sets up, throws it out, caught at the 50-yard line, then driven back to about the 53-yard line. Good catch made on the play by big, tall Victor, and it's a gain of about 7 as tackles made by Lucien.
Yeah, Victor did a good job coming back to the football on a deep curl, but Calgary Stampeders did a good job of hustling to the football. I was impressed last week, Mark, with the way they really shot to the football. Could have had a first down, Victor, could have, but 3 yards short, all because of good hustling and gang tackling.
Second down and 3 yards to go. Smith motions to the far side. They're at the Calgary 50-yard line. Play fake, leaning back, throwing deep is Fajardo, but overthrew the intended target. Down at about the 15-yard line as they couldn't quite catch up with the pass down the field. Trying to find Calhoun. That was incomplete, led him a step too far, and now the Elks are third down, and Cody Grace returns to McMahon
That was
Stadium.
all flow, Mark, because he got right in the face of Fajardo. That made Fajardo overthrow that ball.
Well, looking forward to seeing Eric Brooks is back to return. Good news for the Calgary Stampeders. He was off to a great start last year, but ran into an injury. Grace steps into this kick. It's a towering high kick. It brings rain down, and Brooks lets it bounce at the 5. It rolls deep into the end zone at about the 15-yard line. He'll be back, and he'll take a knee. So the Elks are on the scoreboard. But I don't know if that was by design or not, Greg, but that one was in orbit.
Well, it was in orbit, but good heads-up play by Brooks to let that go into the end zone. And, yeah, lots of hang time on that. Had lots of Elks down there ready to make the tackle, but you did a good job of just taking the chance that thing's going to roll in the end zone. Stampeders get a little bit better field position.
And that's where they are. Stampeders will scrimmage. They're out at the 40-yard line, 8-1. Is our score. Stampeders scoring on their first drive. 7 minutes, 39 seconds to play in the first quarter. 8-1 for the Stampeders. Mills remains in the game of the backfield. And a first down. Play fake into the line. Snap screen in the right flat. That's caught by Rhymes. He pushes ahead to about the 50-yard line. Logan on the tackle, but that should be a very good pickup of about 8 for the Calgary Stampeders.
I think Rhymes is going to be one of the main targets that time. A little fake handoff, keep it that outside linebacker in, and the defensive back's a little bit off and doesn't want to commit, so a little pitch and catch and pick up 9 yards. That's the second time Stamps have done that. The second time they've been productive.
And they're bringing in big, tall Quincy Vaughn for the short yardage quarterback. He is one big dude. Lines are down. He surges ahead and should have enough for the first down. Elks pushing him back, but he's a tight end / quarterback from North Dakota. And this may be his role on the team.
Yeah, we all saw what Tommy Stevens kind of did, and Guys like Logan Bonner's doing a pretty good job of those quarterback sneaks. Mark, it's not as easy as you think. You have to just have a sense where there's going to be a weakness in the line. I call it sniffing out that hole. The best, I've said it many times, I've ever saw doing it was Doug Flutie, but it's not an easy thing to do, but you want to have a guy getting those important yards.
Diedrich Mills says he wants at least 1,000 yards this year, was on a 1,200-yard pace last year. He lines up behind Adams. Stampeders new downs on their 51-yard line. Play fake to the line, deep drop for Adams. Dancing, slings it over the middle, and putting out the breadbasket hands, pulling it in. Tevin Jones makes the catch at the Edmonton 33-yard line, and that should be enough for the first down as the Elks make the tackle with 3 players, led by McBride. But it was certainly a nice, well-thrown ball.
Great throwing ball because Tevin Jones came from way the opposite side. He's way on the left side, Mark. He's coming across the field, and you had Adams roll to the right. He had to kind of sling arm that over the linebackers in front of the secondary. Excellent throw by Adams.
First down and 10 at the 36-yard line. Vernon Adams, strong start to this ball game. Tevin Jones, solo receiver to the near side, just inside the numbers. Adams takes the snap. He tosses, caught on the line of scrimmage, busting it upfield is Brooks, but the Elks rally and push him down after a relatively short gain, and see what they credit him with. Won't be much. Taylor, the end, bringing him down.
Yeah, good hustle to the ball by the Elks, but Brooks just used that speed. He got to the outside, Mark. I thought he should have tried to get upfield and probably could have got another 3-4 yards with his quick feet. Decided to stop his feet and come back in. Anytime a receiver stops his feet, it's not a good thing.
Second down, 9 yards to go. Stampeders at the 35-yard line. Jones goes left along with Rhymes to the far side. Play clock at 6. 3-man pressure by the Elks. Adams is back, dancing, comes to the line of scrimmage and runs. 30, lunges ahead to about the 27-yard line, then bounced forward a bit.
Well, the ball
came loose. I think they'll say he was down before the ball popped.
Well, the ball can't cause the fumble. He kind of reached the ball forward, kind of dove, Mark, with the ball, and the ground did cause that fumble, but that's going to be real short. I think Dave Dickinson's going to go for this one. He's bringing in the big guys, and they got Bonner kind of doing a lot of the quarterback sneaks now and bringing a couple of big guys, take out some little guys, and it's going to be third down and about a yard.
Bringing in Thomas Jack Kurdla, who has signed, a big lineman who spent all of his career with Edmonton up until this year when he was let go just before training camp began. Third down and a long one. Bonner is up and under center. He runs to his left and has the first down with room to spare. Stampeders 8 and the Elks 1. We're in the first quarter with 3:48 to play.
Good quarterback sneak. Bonner took the ball and kind of waited, see where it is, and find that hole and just get up there. That's a good sneak play as he gets a slap from Dave Dickinson as he comes off to the sideline.
At the 25 of Edmonton, that's where the Stampeders will scrimmage. First down and 10. Break out of the hull. Mills all the way in the backfield. Beggleton, top receiver a year ago. This is his first action. He lines up. Now comes back to the formation. Mills gets the call. He dances up the middle, but the Elks read that. They got into the hole very quickly.
Little read pass
gain on that play, yeah.
Sorry, Mark, read pass option. Vernon Adams is excellent at that because you got to respect his speed outside. That time he handed off to Mills, but as you said, just good defensive tackle, no gain whatsoever.
But at the defensive lineman, yeah, no gain at all, maybe half a yard, 2:55 remaining. Passing down for the Calgary Stampeders. DeMurray playing left tackle. Beggleton, Mr. Second Down last year's in the slot right. Adams will take the snap. Adams is back, dancing, throwing it across. Forget that ball is caught inside the 10, falling down at about the 8-yard. Dominic Rhymes before he's touched. First down, Stampeders. Now goal to go.
Yeah, Rhymes, he's a big guy, third catch of the game. That's just out by one guy and a curl and just an excellent read. It was zone coverage, and Adams just read what the coverage was. Pretty impressed with the old line so far. They're giving Adams lots of time to throw that football.
And the Stampeders are goal to go from the 8-yard line. They're leading 8-1 at this juncture of the game. Vernon Adams, the quarterback, again with Mills in the backfield to his right. Mills crouches, hands on the knees. Adams will take the ball. Looking wide side, throwing wide side. That ball's caught at about the 2-yard line by Reggie Beggleton. Then he is driven back, but Stampeders will have great field position. Ross on the tackle, but they should spot that at about the 2, I would think.
Yeah, another good throw by Adams. Pretty impressed, Mark. 8 for 9 for 107 yards this opening quarter. Vernon Adams on fire.
Extra offensive lineman, Thomas Jack Kurtla in, and Quincy Vaughn, the big guy, the short yardage guy on 2nd and goal from the 2 is in the ball game.
They got Quincy Vaughn and Logan. They're letting both of them do the quarterback sneaks. Adams back in there.
Adams back in. All right, maybe they'll use him as a tight end. Give is to Mills. He runs left side, pushes towards the goal line, but the Elks are stout. They keep him out.
Yeah, they're really been tough. It's going to be 3rd down, and now they're going to take Adams out and put Logan Bonner back in the game.
Barlow, the end with the tackle.
This is a good sign if they're thinking Logan Bonner's going to be the guy to do that short yardage. That's that 3rd quarterback. That's what they do. So, the fact he's getting all these reps might be saying something.
55 seconds remaining in our first quarter. Stampeders on the doorstep. Lines are down. Bonner, the quarterback, takes the ball, runs right, pushes ahead, crosses the goal line. Flag on the play, but if it stands, it's a touchdown, Stampeders.
Game's probably going to be offside, but we'll have to get the call from the head referee. And another great drive by Vernon Adams. Excellent throws. Right now, 8 for 9, 107 yards. Now I get the referee give us the call.
Offside, Edmonton, number 32. That penalty is declined. Touchdown.
Well, mentioned it again, Mark. Our matchup of the game was how good's that starting O going to do against the not starting D. Well, they've done great. They marched the ball right down the field as if the defense wasn't even there. Done very well.
Rene Paredes on for the extra point. The Shadows moving across the field there to the far hash marks. One of the holders, Messina's on to hold. At least one of the punters is on to hold at the 32. The snap, it is down. Paredes drives the ball through the upright. Stampeders leading by a count of 15-1. So it's working so far. The quarterback acquisition, I acknowledge it's a lot of season to go, but nonetheless, it's working very, very well. He's looking really sharp. Stampeders won their opener, of course, 26-16. And they won certainly with a lot of different things without Vernon Adams.
But he's looking like he's got all the tools, Mark. He can throw the ball. Excellent reads. He looks like a 9-year seasoned vet with all the tools, as I said. And he's taken off and ran. He's moved the pocket. Haven't seen a bad throw he's made so far. So Vernon Adams so far having a good ball game. I wonder how much they're going to keep him in, because usually if you get a guy and he gets that success, he gets one more good drive like that. And I think Dave's going to say, you know, he's primed, he's ready. Let's see what the other guys can do.
Sun busting through the clouds now as the teams gather around their respective benches. Elks will play their preseason home opener, their finale. That'll be next week there against BC. Then they open in BC, so they'll see a lot of the BC Lions.
I'm sure you guys have talked about it. Stamp's got a weird schedule. In fact, this is their last preseason. Now we go 2 weeks without a game.
Oh, I know.
I don't know. Do you think that's a negative or a positive? You get 2 weeks to prepare, but I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of wonder myself. I'm not sure I would want that, but keep more in rhythm, but that's what they're going to do.
Oh, once again, Rainey's going to be kicking into a pretty stiff breeze. Look at those flags at the end, Mark, and the upper flags are really flopping, so Rainey's just going to try and, you don't want to get it too, you kind of, this is where you want to have a little bit of a line drive kick, even though you don't got much hang time. It cuts into the wind a little bit. When you kick it up and kick it high, it almost floats back with the wind the way it is, but Elks should get pretty good field position. So Stampeders, they get that win the second quarter, it's going to be a big advantage with the kicking game.
Smith and Steven are the returners. Arkell Smith to the near side. Randy Paredes lines up, runs with the ball, and boots it downfield. It's a pretty good kick. Yep, from the 15 into the wind. From the 15, Elks return it. 20, up at the 30. There's a seam. 30 up at the 38-yard line. Before that tackle is made, that was Anthony Federico, a lineman, making the tackle.
Yeah, Anthony Federico, the second-year player out of Queens, second-round draft pick of Hamilton. Big, long guy, powerful, and fighting for another position. We've got, I think, about 14 defensive backs and about 14 defensive linemen on the roster this week.
Yeah, 82 in total. Yeah, there are a lot.
16 defensive backs. Just counted them. It's a lot.
Fajardo leading the way, likely the final play of the quarter. 1st and 10 Edmonton at their own 39-yard line. Calgary shows a 4-man front. Fake into the line. Fajardo rolls right, throws on the run. That ball is caught and then driven into the sidelines. Receiver is swallowed up on the far sidelines.
Well, I think was that Johnson out there, but right on him, a little comeback route. And again, coming back to the football, good route by the Elks, but
yep. That's it for our first quarter. The score, Calgary 15, Edmonton 1. Up in a moment, second quarter football action. You're listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
Inspiration. It's where all great things start. When you bring your renovation ideas to the designers and expert craftsmen at Renovations by Hearth and Home, it inspires them to create with you the renovation project you've been dreaming of. Whether your project is big or small, the in-house team at Renovations by Hearth and Home have the experience to ensure your dreams come to life. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Hey, Stamps fans, this is Miles Brown. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
Miles, part of the defensive line, the Stampeders will likely start with on June the 7th. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, brought to you by South Point Toyota. And welcome to second quarter action. Greg, some highlights and numbers from the first quarter.
Well, Mark, I'm afraid that the stats at the first downs, Calgary 9, the Elks only 1. Calgary totally dominated. Net offense, Stamps 143, Elks 36. In the passing category, Elks 38, Stamps 119. Excellent quarter of football for the Stampeders. They just looked like Vernon Adams was kicking on all cylinders.
Elks start out at their 47-yard line. Cody Fajardo is in the gun. Elks moving left to right to the scoreboard end of the stadium. And first down, play fake, snap into the right flat. That is caught by Mathis. He gets up 50 to the 52 before he's pushed out of bounds. And that's enough for a first down for Edmonton.
A little pick route. What they do is they have the guy coming across the formation. He goes into the flat, little fake handoff by Fajardo, and then that keeps the linebacker in. And then they have the outside guy just run and stop at 5 yards, runs a pick for the guy. Stamps, unfortunately, in the man-to-man coverage. Guy couldn't get over there. Consequently, first down.
Now Richardson on the tackle. He rolled towards the sideline. Jackson going wide left for the Elks. He's in the sun. Many of his fellow receivers are in the shade as the sun sets. First down and 10, 54-yard line. Now Fajardo is motioning to a player, and we have a time count violation or illegal procedure, or anyway, there's lots of flags.
Well, Fajardo was really on his cadence.
Edmonton number 59, 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
Fajardo doing that cadence. He likes that hard count mark where he goes, hut, really makes it loud and emphasizes it. Well, so loud it emphasized so much that his offensive lineman popped off the ball.
Well, here's the thing. In this game, Fajardo has as much CFL experience as the rest of the offense combined. So he's really in there. Victor splitting right, solo receiver to the short side. Richardson picks him up to the side of the field. Snap back to Fajardo. Stampeders send 4. Fajardo pitches across the middle. Caught by Mathis. 2 Stampeders rally to bring him down. Led by linebacker Moncrief. Gain of about 5. And we'll call it 2nd and 5. Mathis, a big target picked up in the supplemental draft last year by the Elks.
Yeah, and he just goes, he's the third man in and 3 receivers to one side. He just goes and finds a little hole in the secondary, but the secondary, or the linebackers, got a good deep drop, so they came up to make the tackle and still got him in second and long. That's what you want to do if it's first down and about 20.
Elks receivers running to their spots. Play clock is at 11. Second down and 9 at the midfield stripe for Cody Fajardo. Four-man Calgary pressure. Fajardo is back, sets up, throws a long out to the near side. That ball is caught by Victor, but he's tackled immediately at the Calgary 50-yard line as they rallied to bring him down. Linebacker Moncrief over.
Yeah, Moncrief.
And that makes it 3rd and 5.
Yeah, good job by Moncrief, our Sam linebacker, 6'1", 213. He's in his 8th year, so he's experienced. He knows what to do. You cut off the inside curl and let him throw that wide side out and hope you get lots of pursuit to the football, which they did, and tackled him about 2 yards short.
Punting time for the Elks. Cody Grace is on.
Cody Grace back to punt.
The two returners for the Stampeders, Horton and Brooks. Eric Brooks to the near side. Grace steps in at line drive kick, angling to the far side. Horton will pick it up at the 15. Flags on the field. He gets a couple of yards, but I'm certain an Elk will be called for no yards. We'll sort it out in a moment. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 15 and the Edmonton Elks 1. You're listening to Stampeder Football, racking up another great season of football, something we've been doing for over 3 decades. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get It and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get It and Go event on now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
In times of crisis, Canadians support each other. The state of the advertising landscape in Canada is an emergency. Canada's ad market is increasingly dominated by billionaire-owned foreign tech companies. Instead of supporting Canadian jobs, communities, and local business, they spread misinformation, hate, and political interference. Let's keep ad dollars at home on radio and TV stations, websites, streaming, and news services that are Canadian-owned. It's time to buy Canadian. A message from QR Calgary.
Thanks for listening. This is number 14, Clark Barnes. Now back to Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Here's a message. It's Calgary 15, the Elks 1 as we return. Erden Adams, after the penalty, leads the Stampeders out from the 34-yard line. Stampeders again in charge at 15-1. Adams has been very impressive.
Yep.
Change in the running back spot. Evans is in the backfield now. And he will get the haul, explodes up the middle, 40, 45, up near the 50, and picks up a first down as he just rocketed up the middle and has a huge gain.
That guy's got great vision. I saw it last game, and little just a handoff mark, and the 5'11", big guy, 230, fourth year out of Louisville, just shoots up the hole like that. And he was doing it last game and doing it this game, so good best run of the day for the Stampeders.
You got it. It's out to the 48-yard line. Garns, the linebacker, tackling. Stampeders now starting to substitute. Brooks goes right. Big Joseph Ngata goes right as well. On first down. On the ground again, another big hole running up the middle is Evans, gets across the 50, down to the 48 of Edmonton before he's tackled and has the first down. Let's check in on sideline developments with none other than Lisa Hillary.
Guys, 10th year CFL veteran Vernon Adams Jr., one of the best in the league at his position, and we're certainly seeing it so far in this first half tonight. I asked him earlier this week about the pressure from this fan base and this organization as a whole getting back to its winning ways. He said pressure is a privilege, and it's something that's denied to many in his circle, so he is certainly up for the challenge and looking forward to righting the ship.
The back is, of course, Jeshurun Antwi. Back is Adams. Flare pass out of the backfield is tipped and almost intercepted by the Elks. Actually almost intercepting the ball, very close, but couldn't quite pull it in, was Jackson, the defensive back. Yeah, we got our 20s and 28s mixed up, so it's actually local guy Jeshurun Antwi in the backfield.
Well, that was first bad throw by Vernon Adams. He just kind of pushed that one, Mark, didn't step into it and overthrew the guy, and that should have been picked, so we got a little bit lucky there.
And we played with BC and Montreal, but is a UFC product and beyond thrilled to be back home. Just worked out contractually for everybody, and here he is. Stampeders start receivers in the motion. Back is Adams, pitching left. The ball is caught and then driven out of bounds on the near sidelines is Ishmael Hyman, but he should have enough for the first down pending the spot of the ball, or very, very close. Jackson, the defensive back, driving him into touch.
A good, strong yak yards by Hyman. He caught about 4, had the guy grasp around him, but he's a big physical guy at 6 feet, 200 pounds, and just kept his feet going, and he got the first down, or he got he got the first down all because of his power and kind of leaping over a defensive back on that one.
10:22 remaining in the quarter. It's 15-1 Stampeders. We're in the first half. And we in the backfield. And again, Adams is back, looking short side, but he's in trouble. Scrambling in the backfield, stays on his feet, finally put down at the 45-yard line. But that's his elusiveness. He did lose yards, Greg, but he kept the play alive before Taylor, the end, brought him down. Lost to 5.
Yeah, that time he didn't get much of a drop, Mark, so good upfield pressure by the D lineman, and he was in that pocket, and he's not a big guy at only 5'11", couldn't see down the field, try to get out of the pocket. That was just good defensive play by those 4 defensive linemen by the Elks.
Backs the Stampeders up to the 45-yard line and makes it second down and 17 yards. Ishmael Hyman runs to his spot to the far side of the field. Alfred in the game as well. Again, Adams takes the snap. Pocket holds. He pitches downfield for Hyman. Led him too far at the Elks 20, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, so the Elks came out and finally stopped Vernon Adams. That time tried to run a little, they call that a dig route. You go down, and it's not a post, but you kind of come across the middle. And Vernon, I thought that the receiver is going to come to the middle a little bit more, so only 2 incompletions by Vernon this entire game. So we got Rennie with a long field goal with the wind.
With the wind, yeah.
Yeah, this should have enough leg. It's from 53, Mark, but still.
Yep. Aaron Crawford, the long snapper, back in. Yeah. I would think so. He's done it before. Why not now?
From 53 yards, those goalposts look pretty tight.
The snap, the hold, the kick by Paredes. It's going, has the range, has the distance, and it is good. I expected nothing less. All right, the score, Calgary 18, Edmonton 1. This is second quarter CFL action on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Celebrate 8 decades of Stampeders football. Get your tickets for the Stampeders' 80th birthday party as we kick off the 2025 football season at McMahon Stadium.
Watch Vernon Adams Jr.'s debut versus Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats on June 7th. It's going to be a party in McMahon to start the season with something for fans of all ages.
The next chapter of the Stampeders' legacy starts here. Get your tickets to the Stampeders' 80th birthday party at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
Thanks for listening. This is Dave Dickinson. Now back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Dave Dickinson's team is up 18-1. We have 9 minutes, 11 seconds remaining in the opening half. Stampeders and the Edmonton Elks. Elks now have changed up quarterbacks. They've got McIlvain in the ball game. He will take on first down, gives it up the middle, trying to make some room and push it upfield as Knight, the rookie, but not much room there, so it'll be second down. And long. McIlvain from Central Arkansas. Moncrief on the tackle. So that's again, 3? Second down and 3.
Yeah, Stampeders sticking with their first teamers this second quarter, Mark. I'm sure in the second half you're going to start seeing lots of substitutions. But right now they got the starters that are projected to start the start of the season.
Victor and Tyson Middlemost, who signed from the Stampeders. Fifth-year player now with the Elks. He's in motion towards the line on the near side. Stampeders come on the blitz. Back is McIlvain, pitches downfield. Ball caught and then dropped it. Had it and then dropped it. It was Tyson Middlemost. It's incomplete.
Yeah, it was a good throw, I thought, Mark. It was just dropped. A receiver had to kind of reach back to get it, and the Stamps are saying that he caught it, and it was a fumble, and officials are saying, no, don't try and do that on me. It's he dropped that ball.
8 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. Tyson Middlemost, a special teams favorite of Mark Killam when he was here with the Stampeders, so it only made sense that he took him to Edmonton.
Yeah, he was one of the, you don't get too many receivers who do good on teams. It's the DBs and the linebackers, but Middlemost did his job, and that's why Mark Killam really liked him.
Harton is the solo returner for the Calgary Stampeders. Grace on to punt. Actually, another returner is back as well, Brooks. Ball is kicked downfield. Brooks will run up and catch at the 30. A flag is thrown, and Elk was almost on his boot tops when he made the catch. So nice return up to about the 41, and after the play, another flag. We'll sort it all out in just a moment. Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. The score, Calgary 18, Edmonton 1. This is Stampeder Football, and we're the voice of the red and white. QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
Inspiration. It's where all great things start. When you bring your renovation ideas to the designers and expert craftsmen at Renovations by Hearth and Home, it inspires them to create with you the renovation project you've been dreaming of. Whether your project is big or small, the in-house team at Renovations by Hearth and Home have the experience to ensure your dreams come to life. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at ShaneHomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Hi, this is Jalen Philpott. Your Stampeders play here on QR Calgary.
Stampeders 18, Elks 1. Our first game at McMahon Stadium. Greg, it's just so nice to be back at the stadium. You and I were sitting here about an hour before the game, and in comes one of the greatest Stampeders ever, Tom Frizani, just to say hi. And just nice to acquaint yourself with a lot of people you see at the stadium all the time. Just so much enjoyment.
Well, that's not what I was thinking. It's nice being a booth. Yeah, last week we were just on scaffolding, so it's good to be up here again.
From the 42-yard line, the Calgary Stampeders, their own 42, make it the 31-yard line after the penalty. Adams will take the ball. No, actually, it's Walker in the game now. Pitch across the middle, and that is caught. Or a pick of about 5 or 6 by Joseph Ngata, who is an imposing physical specimen. And that's about maybe an 8-yard gain.
Well, they're expecting Joseph to, he's another big guy. They got some big receivers, big DB, 6'3", 222, Mark, and we're expecting him to, should have made a couple big plays last week, and so they wanted to see him step it up. He did a good job on that play.
Short yardage play. Walker takes the ball. A flag is in the air. He runs left and has the first down, but will await the decision from the referees on the 2 yellow flags on the field.
The Elks, if they're offside again, they're just doing something wrong there.
Offside, Edmonton defensive line.
Yeah, that's the 4th time, Mark, they've been called by lining up offside. If you're a defensive line coach, you just got to get on those guys and say, hey, guys, this is not the NFL. You can't go nose to nose with your old lineman. You got to be back a yard. 4 lining up offsides is not good.
Yeah, 1st and 10, Stampeders at the 45-yard line. You're listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. Tevin Jones splits to the short side of the field. P.J. Walker in the game at quarterback, 8 of 16 last week. But he'll give a stretch handoff to Dreshran Antwi out of the backfield. He hits the hole, falls forward, drags a tackler with him. Picks up about 5 or 6 on the play, pending the spot.
Dreshran Antwi's fifth year, former Alouette.
Yep.
Calgary guy, so it's good to see those Calgary guys do something. Got a good run on that play.
Blues on the tackle, 6:26 in the clock running to play in this quarter. Stampeders at their 49-yard line. 2 plunge touchdowns by Logan Bonner have put all the points on the scoreboard for the Stampeders. Beckleton in motion to the line. Back is Walker. Deep drop. Standing. Throws out of the backfield. Antwi catches. Midfield and is clobbered out of bounds into the Elks bench on the far side. But I do think has the first down.
Well, and that's what we wanted P.J. Walker to do. Last week, Mark, he would have thrown that deep. Yep. But they don't want him. He's got a rifle of an arm, but managed the game. So good job by P.J. Walker to learn something. He probably would have been... an incomplete pass on a deep pass. Give it to your back in the flat and make him get some yak yards, get the first down. So good play by P.J. Walker.
Stampeders come out of the huddle. Big and Gata goes left. Brooks this way as well. Alford here as well. Stampeders across midfield, Edmonton 54-yard line. On the ground, though, to Antwi. He runs right, continues his movement down to about the 47-yard line where he's tackled. He just kind of was picking his way. Actually, it's Eno Benjamin now making the run.
Yeah, Eno Benjamin's got that breakaway speed, did a good job of kind of just dancing down the line a little bit, keeping his feet going, and finally getting a hole and shooting up the field, getting a good 6 yards. Good run by Benjamin.
Second down and 4 yards to go. 5 minutes, 5 seconds to play in the quarter. Stampeders on top, 18-1. And Gata and Brooks, they come to the wide left side of the field. Now Hyman joins on this side. Snap is back, linebacker blitz on. Walker in the pocket, hit as he throws, sends it over the middle. A flag is thrown, and they may have been pass interference on a back, restricting the route of one of the Stampeder receivers, but it was thrown by the back judge.
It's going to be pass interference on the Elks, so nothing Walker could do. That pocket collapsed fast around him. He tried to step into the pocket, buy himself another second, and throw the ball.
Pass interference. Edmonton number 74. Ball be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
P.J. Walker, just as he threw the football, he was hit, and the ball really didn't go very far, but fought that time, but he got good luck on that play to get the first down because of a PI.
Yeah, Jackson, the defensive back, he's a rookie, learning the ways of the CFL. Stampeders with the penalty advance to the Edmonton 28-yard line. They're leading 18-1.
18-1 and on the march again with P.J. Walker this time.
The wind has calmed down, but it's still at the Stampeders' back.
You're right, it's really calmed down quite a bit.
Tevin Jones, Ishmael Hyman go to the short right side of the field. Elks send 4. But it's out of the backfield for Benjamin. He runs right, breaks a tackle, gets up at the 20, and that's where he's pushed out of bounds. He spotted it about the 21-yard line. But he went right, Greg, and just made life tough for the Elks before they pushed him out of bounds.
All these running backs are doing good. Antwi did good while he was in there. Benjamin, we saw how well Evans did, and the only guy that really didn't get a chance to take off was our starter, Dietrich Mills. So these young running backs, just like they did last week, are doing very good this week.
Second down, 4 yards to go is where they spotted for the Stampeders. P.J. Walker taking over as the quarterback. Lines up with the gun, Antwi in the backfield. And Antwi gets the call, shoots through a hole left side. He's hit, falls forward to the 16, but that should be enough for the first down.
You know, good vision by Antwi, because he made a little, just planted his foot and went the other way, Mark, and got around the defensive line. That was a good run by Antwi, because he could have been stopped right at the line of scrimmage, made a good move, shopped the field, didn't dance at all, and got the first down.
DeBlanco, the middle linebacker, tackling. The Stampeders now are first down to the Edmonton 16. They're moving right to left to the patio end of McMahon Stadium today. P.J. Walker at the controls. 2 backs in the backfield to help him block. He'll take the ball and again give Antwi. He's hit as he accepts the ball, breaks free of the tackle, and then goes forward a couple of yards, and that's about it.
Oh, he had that read pass option again to Antwi, and that one was stopped. That was one that PJ might have want to just to keep them honest all the time, pull out and run yourself because he's got good quick feet. Second and long down there on the goal line red zone. We'll see what happens. What play they call here for TJ.
Second down and 8. Gamba on the tackle. Here come the Stampeders, scrimmaging on the 15-yard line of Edmonton. Second down and 8.5. Blitz is on by Edmonton. Walker is back, throws, and the ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, and Karam's way back to the 40-yard line, so that's incomplete.
Yeah, he didn't get much of a... Only had about a 2-step drop to try to throw a quick slant, but the D-line picked up. They just got their big mitts on it, and that ball bounced way up and way back. But PJ marched him down the field, and should be an automatic 3 here for Rennie
Calgary
Paredes.
18, the Edmonton Elks 1. That's your... Stay tuned for the final minutes of the second quarter. You're listening to your Alberta Ford dealer, Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get In and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get In and Go event. On now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
This is Micah Tights, number 42. Now back to Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
Well, the Stampeders will set up for a field goal. This will be from 22. And with the wind, it's about as automatic as it gets. Snap. It's pinned. He steps into the kick, and no debate. And the Stampeders go up by a count of 21-1. So
Rennie Paredes, 14th year out of Concordia, 40 years old, Mark. Is he going to, he keeps going and he's going to shatter some of these Stampeder records.
Oh, yeah.
What is he right now, third or
second behind Mark McLaughlin? And I looked at it in the offseason. He would need 4 seasons. He's roughly about 680 points behind Mark McLaughlin.
Oh, he's really behind them quite a bit.
Yeah. It would be about 4 seasons before Paredes could break it. But let me be blunt. He's really good. Well, I don't care what his age is.
He's really jacked up a little bit, Mark. I looked at him. I thought, oh, Rennie, you going out for linebacker this year? Because he's pretty big and cut.
From the 40-yard line, that's where the Elks will start out after the field goal. McIlvain is the setback. And he gives a handoff. Huge hole right side, exploding up the field.
Yeah, Stampeders now making some substitutions. That was the biggest run the Elks have had. But
McBride making the run on that one, and he picks up about 7 or 8 yards.
Stamps getting Keelan Thomas in there. It looks like Justin Sombo's in.
Second down and about 2 yards to go. 2:14 remaining. Second down and 2 yards to go. McIlvain, 65% completion percentage in his career. And they'll give again out of the backfield, running right, trying to get to the open field, but should have enough for the first down. McBride has the ball and then is stood up and brought down by the Stampeders.
Daniel Amoko did a good job of slicing in from that outside corner position. If he wrapped up, he would have made the tackle, but he didn't wrap, just hit him. And good play by the running back to bounce off him. But Danielle will learn from that. You just got to wrap if you're in that open field.
First and 10, Edmonton at their 53-yard line. Elks have 3 receivers to the wide left side. Snap is back to McIlvain. Look short side, nobody open. He steps up and he's caught. He's brought down inside. It's Cale Devat, second-year defensive lineman, who brought him down, and it'll be a loss of a couple on the play.
Yeah, good job by Cale Devat, the big 286-pounder. He did a good job of getting off his guy and bringing him down. The BC fifth-round draft choice.
Yep, and he came here. The Elks in a passing situation. Second down, Edmonton. In the gun is McIlvaine. 1:32 remaining in the quarter. Again, McIlvaine takes the ball. McIlvaine back, leans back, throws behind the target out of the backfield, trying to set McBride. But that was a poorly thrown ball because of the pressure, and now the Elks will send it downfield.
You said it right, Mark, because of the pressure. It was a great job by the D linemen. The offensive linemen had their hands up and their shoulders, and they were going arm to arm, and the D linemen were just pushing that O-line back right into the quarterback. Credit that to the D-line. They caused that wayward pass.
Stampeders have a couple returners. Horton to the far side, and Brooks to the near side as Cody Grace is ready to punt into that breeze. He launches this kick, bit of a flutter, hangs up. Settling under inside the 20 is Brooks. He runs right, cuts left, looks to get the edge, but the Elks fly downfield and bring him down. Mathis, the receiver, pulls him down by the boot tops, and the Stampeders will start out around the 25.
P.J. Walker back in. We'll see what he can do with his hurry-up offense. Get up over the ball, and good experience for P.J. in the CFL because they just don't have situations like this where you got to move the ball. You know, you got 40 seconds. It's a totally different 2-minute offense down in the NFL than it is up here in the CFL.
They did a lot of situational football this week where they'd, say there's 47 seconds left in the game, ran the game clock, ran the play clock.
We'll see how PJ does with this drive.
Vaughn is in the game. He moves as a receiver right. B.J. Walker snaps it in the right flat. Caught, turning upfield, getting a couple of yards past the line of scrimmage, maybe 3 or 4 on the play.
Good first down pickup.
That was Eric Brooks made the catch.
Just a screen pass to the wide side. They're going to huddle up, though, and a little bit surprised at that because that clock's going to start ticking, so PK's got to learn get in and out of that huddle.
1 minute and 7 seconds remaining in the quarter. Stampeders are second down and 5. They have a 21-1 lead. Walker's the quarterback. Eno Benjamin with him in the backfield. Stampeders have Vaughn splitting left. Back is the quarterback Walker, dancing in the pocket, then throws to his check down man, caught by Benjamin. He catches, falls forward to the 35, and I think has the first down.
PK stepped into the pocket, Mark, and just flicked it forward to Benjamin, his running back. Now he's getting his guys over the line, knowing they only got 45 seconds. Once that referee blows out, it's going to be third down. Oh, they're going to give him the first down.
First down and 10 at the 35-yard line. P.J. Walker from Bayonne, New Jersey, calling out signals. Benjamin in the backfield, fake to Benjamin. A pitch to the left side of the formation. Caught by the Stampeders, pushing ahead to the 45-yard line. Making the grab is Ishmael Hyman, and that is really close to a first down. Jackson, the defensive back, brings him down.
Well, it's a good chance to stand. The referee's got to look at the sticks, just give the Stamps time to get over the ball and get the play called. Hyman has played well both these games. Very physical. He's just blocking well and getting lots of good yak yards.
Stampeders are about 6 inches short. On second down, Walker will go to the air. Walker is back, firing a strike down the near sideline and overthrows the intended target. Hyman at the 30-yard line of Edmonton. That made a little sense. Well, second down, short, just change it up a bit and go deep.
Well, that was a well-thrown football. You throw it to the outside shoulder so it can't be intercepted. You don't want to throw it up so it could be intercepted on a short throw, Mark. And you know what? I thought you had a little bit more speed and could have had a well-thrown. That's how you teach a guy to throw a football deep at a situation like this.
44-yard line, Stampeders, inches to go, 25 seconds remaining in the half. P.J. Walker comes under center. The Elks crowd the line of scrimmage. Walker is down, runs left, flags in the air. He has the first down.
How much you want to bet it's offside? The Elks can't line up onside.
Offside. Edmonton number 32. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Well, far be it from me to tell Mark Killam what to do, but you better talk to those linemen.
Yeah, you better say, look, we are not, you know what? It's going to hurt him, too, because PJ's got 21 seconds to possibly get this in Rennie Paredes field goal. And I know it's only a preseason game, but you always act like a game. And right now, it's under pressure. You want to learn how to get into field goal range for your field goal kicker.
First down and 10 at the 49-yard line. Tavin and Hyman going right for the Calgary Stampeders. They lead 21-1, late stages of the first half. Walker accepts the ball. Backpedals, throws out of the backfield. That's caught by Benjamin across midfield and is clotheslined into the Calgary bench by Johnson. Be a gain of maybe 7 on the play. Second
we have another flag. Undisciplined flag by the Elks. That's going to really push the Elks. They look like a preseason team that haven't played a preseason game, Mark. Lots of penalties. That's his third unsportsmanlike conduct.
10-yard misconduct foul. Edmonton number 32. 10-yard penalty, first down.
You know, these guys are all cranked up, but when you get the opposing bench, there shouldn't be any chatter like that or pushing, because the referees are trying to say, you know what, we're not going to put up with it, and now's the time to set the mark right now, what the standard is for discipline, and they're saying it's high.
First down and 10 at the Edmonton 43-yard line. 16 seconds remain. If the Stamps get a chunk of yards here, they'll bring on Randy Paredes, I am sure. 5 receivers out. Back is Walker. Setting up, throwing a strike across the middle. Dropping linebacker, pulls it in, intercepted. DeBlanco has it at the 30-yard line. He rumbles forward a few yards, and it's out to the Edmonton 36-yard line.
Well, that's PJ's nemesis. He throws picks. That time, trying to go, he got a rifle right over the middle. He just didn't see the linebacker. Just a great play by the linebacker to step back and make that pick. And if there's one thing that PJ Walker has to learn to do, and that's not get so many picks. Had a lot in camp. He's got a rock of an arm. Did a good job, but too many picks.
DeBlanco trying to make a spot in the Edmonton linebacking core, which may be their strength. They've got some good ones who are both at home here. 6 seconds remain. McElveen, the quarterback. And he'll take the ball. Give on a handoff. Dancing up the middle, then being stood up and pushed back. And that'll do it for the half. Ball taken out of the backfield by Edmonton on the play. McBride. And that'll do it for the half. A very solid half. The Calgary Stampeders are firmly in charge by a score of 21-1. Randy Paredes with a couple of field goals, a couple of touchdowns as well. Stampeders playing their second and final preseason game of 2025. Edmonton, this is their first. We'll hear from Dave Dickinson, a couple of quick words with him and Lisa. After this, Dave Dickinson, I think he's not in preseason, or he's in preseason form. He ran off to the dressing room, had to call him back. Here's Lisa Hillary on the sidelines.
Guys, thank you, Dave. Most of those points on the board with Vernon Adams Jr. under center, looking every bit like a 9-year veteran. Did you like his read so far in this ball game early on?
Yeah, no, he played well, and he had that relationship with multiple receivers, which is good. But you could kind of tell he played a lot of ball with Dom, and they had a good thing going that first half.
Bonner 2 for 2 in those short yardage situations. Was that an experiment coming in?
Kind of. I mean, we'll probably go a different guy in the second half, but we definitely wanted to see how we do, and we've gotten now 3 different quarterbacks that have ran short yardage, so we're looking, yeah, but all 3 have done well.
Do we want to see PJ Walker take the bulk of the reps in the second half of this ball game?
I mean, he'll definitely get work. We're going to let the game kind of dictate what we do. I mean, the other guys need opportunity as well, but want to see him take some steps as well.
Coach, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, Dave Dickinson, it's preseason for him. He was running to the dressing room instead of stopping for the interview, but we got him, and thank you, Lisa. That's your second quarter. This is your radio home for football, QR Calgary.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by ATCO Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by ATCO Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
We're halfway done the game, but plenty more action is to come on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
But first, QR Calgary is your halftime haven as we break down what's taken place and predict what will happen next.
It's the Stampeders Halftime Show with Jack Wilson and Dave McIver on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
A very impressive debut for Vernon Adams as he makes his debut in the red and white tonight. He gets the start, he gets the opening drive, and he takes that opening drive 6 plays, 54 yards. He hits Dominic Rhymes twice, including a 44-yard catch by Dominic Rhymes. It was all capped off by a 1-yard touchdown run. You heard Dave Dickinson talk about it with Lisa Hillary. A 1-yard touchdown run by Logan Bonner. The Calgary Stampeders get on the board early.
Goal line opportunity for the Stampeders, and Logan Bonner comes in and under center. Lines are down. He surges right. He's in the end zone. It's a touchdown pending a flag.
Pending a flag, meaning, yes, a defensive offside by the Edmonton Elks, and boy, that was an ongoing theme in the first half of football. The Edmonton Elks taking 8 penalties, the Calgary Stampeders taking only 1. The Calgary Stampeders got a second touchdown from Logan Bonner, another 1-yard touchdown catch. They had a 66-yard punt single by by Fraser Mazin. Cody Grace got the punt single for the Edmonton Elks, and then Rene Paredes with a couple of field goals, 53 yards and 22 yards. Calgary Stampeders have a very commanding 21-1 lead through 30 minutes of play here at McMahon Stadium. Welcome to the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak halftime show. Valentine Volvo proudly supporting our community and the Stampeders since 1946. Taking a quick look at the stats story here tonight. I mentioned Vernon Adams. He completes 9 of 12 for 129 yards. A very impressive debut for Vernon Adams. PJ Walker comes in. He completes 6 of 9, but he did throw that late touchdown to late interception to DeBlanco, as that was the one blemish on his scorecard. Jeshuan Antwi, a very nice game as far as the former University of Calgary Dino running back. 5 carries, 39 yards. Dominic Rhymes was the top receiver for the Calgary Stampeders in the first half. 4 catches for 81 yards for Dominic Rhymes. Calgary Stampeders really do dominate all phases of the game. They dominate the time of possession in the first half. 17 first downs to only 3 first downs for the Edmonton Elks. Net offense for the Calgary Stampeders, 242, only 70 for the Edmonton Elks. Calgary Stampeders have 38 offensive plays. Edmonton only has 17. I already told you about the penalties. Disastrous for the Edmonton Elks. Not too bad for the Calgary Stampeders at all. All in all, both teams had 1 turnover in this game. And again, the Calgary Stampeders have the lead. All right, we're going to take our first time out here on the halftime show. When we come back, we're going to hear from the new commissioner of the Canadian Football League. Stuart Johnson not in the house, but we're going to take you back to when Stuart was introduced as the 15th commissioner in the Canadian Football League. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get It and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get It and Go event on now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
And has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
When the Calgary Stampeders are on the road this season, Dave McIver and myself were live on the road at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Calgary Stampeders will open the CFL regular season at home against Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats. That is Saturday, June the 7th, the 5 o'clock kickoff here at McMahon Stadium. The Stamps will play their first road game of the 2025 season in Toronto against the defending Grey Cup champions. That is Saturday, June the 14th. That will be a 2 o'clock kickoff at Calgary time. The Calgary Stampeders had Stuart Johnson in our city for the Stampede Bowl announcement, but the big news in the offseason for the CFL was the introduction of the 15th commissioner in league history. Stuart Johnson leaves TSN. He joins the Canadian Football League as their commissioner. Let's take you back to a season opening news conference when he talked about his vision, his mission, and some of the challenges.
The CFL is a symbol of Canadian pride and unity. Our league embodies the values that make Canada great: resiliency, diversity, and community spirit. As we move forward, we will continue to honor and promote these values, ensuring that the CFL remains a source of pride and a beacon of Canadian excellence. Despite our successes, we must acknowledge that challenges lie ahead. Financial instability has been a significant issue, exacerbated by the pandemic and the need for a sustainable business model. Although our historically strong ownership group has provided stable footing, we face stiff competition from other sports leagues, as well as other forms of entertainment. And we must work diligently to attract and retain fans. Adapting to changes in consumer behavior, such as the shift towards digital media and streaming platforms, is crucial. And we must address the aging fan base by developing strategies to appeal to younger generations.
It's a great point by the commissioner, made by many commissioners before him. How do you get a younger fan base? Well, the commissioner addressed that. How do you attract a younger fan base for the Canadian Football League?
Expanding our digital presence. The team at the league office, the teams at the clubs that are focused on digital content distribution are outstanding. The improvements that we've seen in engagement and in number of page views, number of videos has been fantastic. So short term, let's go to where those younger fans are looking for entertaining content. Long term, I'm coming back to, I want kids touching footballs. I want them playing football. I want them understanding football. I want them loving football. It's an easy sport to love. And I think flag football being in the 2028 Olympics provides us an opportunity to gain some attention with audiences that may not be exposed to CFL football at this point.
Flag football in the 2028 Olympics. The NFL has already said, yes, we want our players there. That means the top Canadian players in the NFL can play at the Olympics as well. Stuart Johnson has already said that he would love to see Canadian Football League players there, but he has not said we're going to pause the season to make sure the best Canadian Football League players are at the 2028 Olympics. Anyway, we're out of time here on the Halftime Show. Thanks so much for listening. The Calgary Stampeders do have a 21-1 lead over the Edmonton Elks. We're going to get a quick update from the Global Newsroom and then back to Mark and Greg with play-by-play action of the second half here from the Billy Powers broadcast booth at McMahon Stadium.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
With Global News at the half, I'm Thomas Dias. The Aboriginal Friendship Centre hosted a red-dress traditional powwow today in honor of the lives and spirits of murdered, missing, and exploited Indigenous peoples. Calgary Mayor Jyoti Gondek says the event is of great importance to the city.
One small step in our journey towards reconciliation. If we are not speaking the truth and talking about the tragedies that are happening, then there's no awareness. So with awareness comes change, and that's what we're trying to do.
If you've never attended a powwow, Gondek is encouraging you to seek one out. Well, what's being called Canada's most ambitious Indigenous-led land development project, TAZA, will soon be home to a lot of Calgarians in a year's time. Located in the southwest, the community is being designed in partnership with the Tsuut'ina Nation. President of the TAZA Development Corporation, James Robertson, says he's continually impressed by their entrepreneurship.
Their business expertise is phenomenal, and they're willing to work with us to find the right balance between things that reflect their culture and their values, but at the same time appeal to the larger community in the Calgary region.
Achieving growth and prosperity by developing the parcel of land is a vision held by Tsuut'ina leaders since the 1970s. And U.S. President Donald Trump took full credit for America's military might today, telling graduates of West Point Military Academy that he rebuilt the Army. And then Trump added this to his speech.
The job of the U.S. Armed Forces is not to host drag shows, to transform foreign cultures, but to spread democracy to everybody around the world at the point of a gun.
Global News Sky Tracker weather, a few clouds overnight with a low of 8 degrees. Sunny tomorrow with a high of 26. I'm Thomas Dias. Your next scheduled newscast is coming up after the game on QR Calgary.
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get It and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get It and Go event on now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit FurnaceFamily.com to secure your spot today.
Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at ShaneHomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes.
Thanks for listening. This is Rene Paredes, kicker for the Calgary Stampeders. Now back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
It's 21-1 for the Calgary Stampeders. Welcome back. The action resumes. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth presented by South Point Toyota at McMahon Stadium. Welcome to the third quarter, and Stampeders will kick off from the north end. And, Greg, let's have some stats from the first half.
First downs, Stamps 17, Elks 3. Net offense, Elks only 70. Stamps 242. Offensive plays, Stamps 38, Elks 17. Rushing, Elks only 14 yards, Stamps 76. Passing, Stampeders 173, Elks 57. Time of possession, big one, Mark. 9 minutes for the Elks, over 20 minutes for the Stampeders. Half dominated that by the Calgary Stampeders.
Ball bowls off the tee, so they'll...
Well, yeah, there's still quite a wind going with the Stampeders this against them, yeah, this third quarter.
Knight is ready to return for McBride. Ball is kicked off by Rennie Paredes. Second half underway. Caught inside the 20 by McBride. He's at the 30, breaks a tackle, gets up about the 35-yard line when Kalichi Anielabeci, a linebacker, pulls him down, and it is Edmonton ball.
Yeah, generally the Stampeders, big horses on special teams, done a pretty good job, and you can get the team on kicking against the wind, and you get it. Get it within the 40 mark. They did. It's on the 36.
Edmonton trying to get something going here. It's the third quarter of our ball game, and Edmonton takes over the ball. They brought 3 quarterbacks with them. Handoff out of the backfield. Pierce gets a few yards out of the play. Yeah, McIlvain was the quarterback.
Had a guy right in his face that time by our... I think that was our linebacker. Was that Mark Kelly? I can't see exactly, but somebody was right in his face, so he kind of tried to sidearm that. That's kind of new things with quarterbacks. They like to sometimes throw the ball sidearm, but it's not the most accurate way to throw the ball.
McIlvain in the game. Pierce is running back, lines up to his left. 3 receivers to the wide right side of the field. McIlvain will take the ball. Shuffles his feet, pitches downfield, off his feet, making the catch, and then hit right away on the far wide side. Ball is pulled in out of the backfield by McBride, but he's knocked down immediately by Pace, the defensive back, so the Elks will be forced to punt.
Yeah, good play by Pace, there's a deep out, and you make your plant as a defensive back and just go for the upfield shoulder. That's what Pace would do. If you go inside, the ball could be thrown over you, and then the guy, next thing you know, he's behind you, running for 6 the other way, so good play by the halfback.
All right, it's punt time for Cody Grace. Terrell Vaughn, who had a strong game in Vancouver Island. One returner, Eno Benjamin, returner to this near side. Grace steps into this punt. Bit of a low, wobbly kick on the far side. Running up the field, trying to make something happen. Vaughn across the 25 to about the 27-yard line. And that's where the Elks will bring them down, led by defensive back Logan. Hey, listen, this is your Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football. It's the Stampeders 21, the Elks 1. This is Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
Celebrate 8 decades of Stampeders football. Get your tickets for the Stampeders' 80th birthday party as we kick off the 2025 football season at McMahon Stadium.
Watch Vernon Adams Jr.'s debut versus Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats on June 7th. It's going to be a party in McMahon to start the season with something for fans of all ages.
The next chapter of the Stampeders' legacy starts here. Get your tickets to the Stampeders' 80th birthday party at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
This is Kalon Thomas, number 77. Thanks for listening. Go Stamps.
Stamps 21-1 for the Calgary Stampeders as the action resumes at McMahon Stadium. Stampeders have the ball at the 37. It's time now for the Kloss Tractor Stampeders opening drive. The makers of Precision Farmers Equipment, Klaus made for more. P.J. Walker remains in the game at quarterback. He sends 4 receivers right out of the huddle. One back set, and that one back is Benjamin. He gets the ball up the middle, but the Elks push right back. Almost no gain on the play.
Yeah, that was a read pass option. That one definitely. P.J. Walker's got great, good, quick feet, Mark. He just pull that out and make something happen. That's what you can do up in this league, in the CFL over the NFL, is make something happen out of nothing, improvise a little bit.
Isbell, the linebacker, tackling. Now the Stampeders break the huddle. 2nd down and 11 yards to go. Ishmael Hyman's had a strong game. He's in the slot right to the wide side. He starts in motion to the line. Walker takes the ball. 4-man Edmonton pressure. Walker is back, throwing, caught by Hyman at the 40, up to the 45, at the 47-yard line, where he is brought down. And it's first down for the Stampeders. Cummings on the tackle. And Lisa Hillary, what's it like on the sidelines? Stampeders have a first down at the 46-yard line. They're leading 21-1.
That's a great throw by P.J. Walker on that deep curl route.
So they spotted on the 46-yard line. Try to keep up with the personnel for the Stampeders. Hyman is in the game as a receiver. Walker is the quarterback. Horton is a receiver to the far side of the field. Play fake to the line. Walker standing in the pocket, then pitching deep on a straight route, looking for Hyman. That was broken up. It's intercepted by Edmonton as the ball was pulled in by Edmonton on the tackler on the interception. He fell down. Touch tackle made right away, and it's a turnover. So Edmonton gets the ball via another interception thrown. That's a tough break for the Calgary Stampeders. Anyway, we'll take a break. Forward with the interception. You're listening to third quarter football action. The score, Calgary 21, Edmonton 1. This is Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 107.3 The Edge.
Inspiration. It's where all great things start. When you bring your renovation ideas to the designers and expert craftsmen at Renovations by Hearth & Home, it inspires them to create with you the renovation project you've been dreaming of. Whether your project is big or small, the in-house team at Renovations by Hearth & Home have the experience to ensure your dreams come to life. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Hey, Stump fans, this is Jeshron Antwi, running back. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
Intercepted by Ford for Edmonton. There are 2 Ford defensive backs. One's here, one is not. Elks out of the backfield, running from the 28-yard line, running left, pushing across the 35 to about the 37-yard line. Try to keep up on everything. Plamondon in as a fullback.
It's a double.
Here's the running back.
Double tight formation, and it looked like they were going to run it to the right side, and they kind of counter back on that. Good run by the line just flushes down our defensive line, and the back cuts back and got a pretty good 9-yard gain on that play. Good play by the Elks.
All right, Stampeders show a 4-man front. Wilcox at one end, Hicks at the other. Elks are 2nd and 2 at the 36-yard line. McElvain is the quarterback. And again on the ground appeared. No. He runs to his left. He ran up the middle, cut it outside, but the Stampeders' pace tracked him down on the wide side, and I think he's short.
A good play by Pace to track it down. That's almost the same play, but this time they pulled the offside tackle, Mark, all the way down. He kind of got around the end, but got peeled back by Pace from behind and tackled for almost a no gain. Great play.
Roberts on the tackle. Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge. Roberts, part of the linebacking core for the Stampeders. Now 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. McIlvain is back, throws the look in. The ball is caught just shy of the 50-yard line. Sliding to the ground.
Well, the corner, our corner was way back that time. It was Robinson, Mark, and you saw that, just a deep slant and pitch and catch. You got to keep that cushion to about 7 yards. Anything more than that, it's just pitch and catch.
21-1 Stampeders. We're at the 49-yard line. It's a short yardage play for the Elks. They keep their quarterback McIlvain in, and he pushes ahead. You know what? I don't know if he got it. We'll see what happens when they unpile.
Well, this time the Calgary Stampeders are lined up offside.
Just want to welcome back our broadcast team of Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson, Jock Wilson, our host, sideline reporter tonight, Lisa Hillary, Ralph Eldridge, and Gio Kajiat, our engineers on site, Steve Norton running things at our 17th Avenue Palace. And we're next up Saturday, June 7th against the Ticats. Next week, that's the 7th on June 7th. Next week, it is FanFest right here, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, so am I, Mark, and starting to see what our defensive line coach, John Bullen, he likes to bring in 4 guys and bring 4 guys out and just kind of keep them fresh all the time. I kind of like it.
Edmonton with the penalty moves to the 54-yard line. McIlvain from Arkansas State is the quarterback. Little guy, but 65% completion. He gives Pierce out of the backfield, runs left to the open side of the field at the 50, at the 45, and then is chased out of bounds by the Calgary Stampeders. Arnold, the defensive back, in pursuit, but it is a first down.
Well, that same counter type play, Mark, they've run it 3 different ways where it looks like the back's going to run over to the right side, and they counter back, and they flush the line, just push those guys down as they're pursuing. Next thing you know, there's a huge hole. He gets some speed, gets around the corner, got a good 10 yards.
To the Stampeder 45-yard line. This is about the most sustained drive the Elks have had.
Yep.
Not much has gone right. Roseby Jackson splitting right. Receiver prospect from Georgia. McIlvain in the gun at the 45-yard line. McIlvain takes the ball, looks short side, he's in trouble, throws the Price out of the backfield. He makes the catch, evades one tackle, gets to the 25 before he's driven out of bounds, and that'll be really close to the first down. As over Jackson Somback, the safety to tackle.
Well, that time Pace, our Sam linebacker, had him lined up, and you run out, you got to make that open field tackle. He kind of went for the inside and just drove with the guy's legs, and all that open field, a good back's going to beat you every time. That got the Elks. So in open field, you gather your feet and just wrap up and don't worry about crushing them, just bring them down.
1st and 10 at the 35 of the Stampeders. Edmonton ball, clock moves, 8:43 to play in this quarter. 21-1 for the Calgary Stampeders. We're in the third quarter. McIlvain is the gun, Pierce to his left in the backfield. And Pierce will get the call, tries the right side of the line, but the Stampeders push him right back. Very, very little gain on that play. Several Stampeders rally to the ball. Anthony Federico.
Yeah, Anthony Federico, a couple others. Talked about Anthony, and it's in his 4th year now, Mark, and getting better and better each year.
Jackson Somback, second team All-Canadian, is at safety as they rotate personnel through. Draft pick last year. Loves his coach. He's a Calgarian, Mark McConkey. For the Elks, they have the ball, and back passing is McIlvain. On 2nd and 4, leans back, pitching towards the goal line for Jackson. He tried to make the catch, but was out of bounds even if he caught it. But also some very close coverage on the play as well, as right over and right in his face. The Stampeders were there to knock it away.
Yeah, I think that's Robinson.
Yep.
Good play by the Canadian. Yeah, Regina. And as you said, Mark McConkey. I coached Mark in minor football. He's now going on to be a great coach there with the University of Regina Rams.
Robertson was an undrafted free agent, so
that was a good coverage downfield.
It was.
Turned the head around, got the ball out just as the right time, didn't get the pass interference. He was right with his guy all the way.
Yep. So field goal try. This is Blanchard who's on. He played in 1 game last year, but he's in the kicking battle with Campbell Fair. This is a 40-yarder with the wind behind him. For Edmonton. Ball is down. It is kicked, and it is good.
Yeah,
so the Elks find a field goal.
That was the ugliest kick, though, Mark. It didn't even go end over end. It was like a spiral kicker, but he got it through, though.
This is the third quarter of Stampeder football. The score, Calgary 21, Edmonton 4. Got HD radio. Tune us into 105.1 Channel 2 for high-def radio quality.
The Get In and Go event is on now, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Once again, it's the best time of year to buy your new Toyota. The best inventory, the best interest rates of the year, as low as 0%. And the best trade-in bang for your buck. Don't miss the Get In and Go event, on now at South Point Toyota.
Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at ShaneHomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors, or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Falari Rumalade, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
And you are listening to the Stampeder football, the preseason finale for the Stampeders, the 21-4. And they have the ball on the 40-yard line. P.J. Walker remains in the game at quarterback for the Stampeders. So it might be his last series. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, on first down, Walker will take the ball, play fake, rolls right. Nice over-the-shoulder catch on the wide side. Ball is pulled in by Ali before he's tackled out of bounds. Let's check in with Lisa Hillary at the sidelines.
Guys, we asked Vernon Adams here this week what kind of a leader he is, and he said, I lead by example, I never dictate. And since P.J. Walker came into this ball game in the first half, I've been keeping my eye on Vernon on the sidelines here, and he's every bit supporting his fellow quarterback. Feeling bad for him with those two picks.
At the 43-yard line, that's good to hear from Vernon Adams. 43-yard line, ball on the right hash mark. Stampeders are second down and 7. Blitz is on by the Elks. Back is Walker. He throws the long out. Looking downfield for Eccles. Wide open to the 35. Then he stumbles at the 30-yard line. He pounds the turf in frustration because, Greg, if he doesn't get turned around and fall, he is in the end zone. Nevertheless, a great grab.
Yeah, great grab, good throw, exact play. They threw the second play of the game when I think it was Rhymes who was wide open. So whatever route that is, Stampeders might want to keep it in their hip pocket from here on. It's a great route, two big plays, one by PJ and one by Adams. So good play.
Yeah, caught the ball and then turned around. Lights taking hold now here at McMahon Stadium as we get into the evening. Nice pick up on the play, 37 yards. Stampeders down to the 30-yard line of Edmonton. They lead 21-4. P.J. Walker at the controls. Walker has the ball, gives it on a receiver sweep, end around, running left is Hyman, goes to the far side of the field. A couple of Elks are there to greet him and push him out of bounds, including Barlow, the defensive end. Hey, listen, welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary. After the game, be sure to get close to the team at Stamps House. Entertainment, live music, and your favorite Stampeders after every game.
Cam Eccles getting himself a couple of balls at that time. Ran a little flip forward pass and 2 plays in a row for Eccles.
Stampeders load up that line of scrimmage. Have a tight end right, second down and 8 at the 37-yard line. And again, out of the backfield handoff and no room whatsoever for Eno Benjamin. Elks are right there. Barlow on the tackle.
Nothing there, Mark. And so, is it third down? I think we're going to see Rennie in the game. Yep.
Yeah, this is a 31-yarder. Reddy Paredes as the drive stalls.
defensive line for the Elks have picked it up this second half. They're starting to do a lot better getting upfield.
Well, Rennie is 2 for 2. He'll try a 32-yarder from the right side hash marks. Ball snapped, is down. He steps into it, and as he's done hundreds of times before, it splits the uprights. You're listening to third quarter football action on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 24 and Edmonton 4.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
Hi, I'm Donna Friesen from Global National. Life moves fast these days, and we want to make it even easier for you to get the news you need. That's why you can now get Global National every day as a podcast. The biggest stories of the day with analysis from award-winning global news journalists. New episodes drop every day, so take this as your personal invitation to join us on the Global National podcast. You can find it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, and wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Falari Rimalade, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
And welcome back as the Stampeders are leading Edmonton 24-4 on your Alberta Ford dealers. Stampeder football on your Stampeder radio station, QR Calgary. 4:29 remaining in the third. Well, the Stampeders will kick off again.
Well, they've kicked off a lot into that win, and Rennie's done a good job. He's got good enough hang time and still kicking it into the wind. As I said, you want to kind of kick a pretty long driver, and he's kicking it down to about the 20 into this wind. Died down a little bit, Mark, but it's still humming up there pretty good.
The returners back for the Edmonton Elks as they await the kickoff. They're rotating returners through in Edmonton. Yeah, ball is kicked out down the middle of the field. Got by Jackson at the 15, at the 20. Runs right at the 35, trying to bust it outside. Turns it upfield at the 45, at the 50 before he is finally brought down. That was a nice return.
Nice return. They got outside. We didn't have our contained guy, and if you're going to get contained, you get pinned in. The guy's going to get outside, and then that's what's called a feather contain, which means you're running about 5 yards behind the contained guy. If you see your contained person get pinned in, you're supposed to then become contained, and both those guys got beat inside, so consequently great return.
It was indeed. Nice return by the Edmonton Elks. Actually, Calhoun, the receiver, had the ball. McIlvaine in the game at quarterback. He gives it to Pierce, who just runs into the middle of that defense and is immediately rejected by the Stampeders. Several Stampeders there to push him back, so we'll call that maybe a yard gain on the play.
Yeah, good job by those big guys. Thomas up there, and got other young guys, non-starters. Thomas, Davis back in.
So the Elks will be second down and 10 yards to go at the 51-yard line. We're in the third quarter. Thanks for listening on QR Calgary. Glad you're with us on this Saturday night. A really nice spring/summer night in Calgary. McIlvaine is the quarterback. 5 receivers out. He is back, throws a quick strike across the middle out of the backfield. Pierce catches, but the Stampeders rally and bring him down short of the first down marker. Johnson, the defensive back, was over to bring him down and will await the spot, but I think he's short.
He's short, but it's going to be really close. Nope, they're going to give it to him, Mark.
Okay. 5:12 remaining.
Good job. It's called a circle route where the wide receiver, the running back, I should say, just snap of the ball, kind of just circles over to the middle and sits right where the linebacker is vacated. And you got to have the quarterback throw it to you right away. You're going to get a pitch and catch for 5 yards.
Splitting right for the Edmonton Eskimos. 2 receivers. Jackson is one of them. Play fake. They throw left out of the backfield. That ball is caught running upfield. The ball is fumbled, is loose. Johnson picks it up for the Stampeders. He's at the 40, down the sidelines, at the 50, at midfield. Edmonton 50, cut from behind. And the Stampeders get a big turnover and return it into Edmonton territory. Big break, Stampeders.
And another penalty thrown at the last minute. I don't know if that's going to be another unnecessary roughness on the Elks. It'll be their 4th one of the game, and they're just not showing any discipline if that is the case. See if it comes on the Stampeders. All these unnecessary roughnesses have been something happened on the Stampeder bench.
Okay, I'm not sure what that is.
Well, that was just a good play by the quarterback. A little cloud coverage where the halfback's back, and the receiver sees that, does a stop route, picks it up, but fumbled it.
The previous play is under review.
Or a fumble, I see, okay. And you said there was a flag on the Stamps?
Well, I thought the referee had thrown the flag, but maybe he picked it back up. Lots of talking going on between, because a lot of the Elks have been going in the Stampeder bench, and these guys are intense. They want to make something happen. That's how you got to play football, a little bit on the edge, but within the rules.
Well, we'll await the call. Tachinski from Manitoba. He's a quarterback and receiver trying to make
the
the
ruling on the field is a catch and fumble. We have a penalty, unnecessary roughness, Calgary number 51. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Well, they get the ball, but not the yardage, as Kalichi and Yalabici is flagged for the infraction.
Yeah, he's done really good on special teams, but you don't want to do good on getting penalties. Stampeders, again, having a pretty clean football game when it comes to penalties, Mark. As we talked in the pregame, how there was only 6 penalties last game for a preseason game. That's incredible for a team to come out in their very first game, only get 6 penalties.
Got that right. Very few penalties for sure. Stampeders continue from the 50-yard line. B.J. Walker is the quarterback. Play fake to the line. He is back. He's in the grasp and thrown down at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, it's no Kenny. Tried to kind of move in the pocket, set up. He's not getting a very deep drop, though, Mark. He's got such quick feet. I'd get a little bit deeper, but he's only about 5 yards deep. That time kind of shuffling his feet, doing the right thing, trying to buy some time, but didn't have any time whatsoever.
For the defensive back on the tackle. And by the way, you asked about penalties. Stampeders have 3. That's impressive.
Yeah, and the 6 last game. That for preseasons, it's even more impressive.
Stampeders are second down, 19 yards to go. Back of their 41-yard line. Walker in the gun. Walker again takes the ball. Flare pass out of the backfield. Getting upfield, turning, spinning. Back to the original line of scrimmage. Then up to about the Edmonton, or make that the 53-yard line of Calgary. And then there was a pile. Oh, my goodness.
It was a good call, though. Screen pass and get something out of nothing. It was first down about 20, or second down about 20, but got about 15. So is this going to be Calgary's first punt of the game?
Second.
Okay, I know they haven't punted that much. So that battle between the 2 kickers, Mason and Vissette, not getting many looks, but that says something for the offense tonight.
That's Benjamin with the catch there. And they'll punt it away. Kicking into the wind. Snap back. Scene steps into the kick. It's a high, lazy kick. It'll be caught just at the 10-yard line. Running right up at the 20-yard line. Down the sideline. Cut inside at the 35. Then driven out of bounds. Nice return. Jackson with the return.
Well, that was a good directional kick, Mark. Into the wind. Wind's really died down, but still, it was about a 50-yard kick into the wind. Got it almost to the numbers. So good directional kick to opposite side. And almost out-kicked his coverage because got a pretty good return, but good kick. Was that Vissette who did that, or was that Mason?
Scene. Yeah. Scene. All right, Stampeders shuffling personnel. The Elks take over 1st and 10 at their 30-yard line. McElvain has been the quarterback for the bulk of the game. Fajardo got his work. McElvain has the ball, lines up, and pitches right, and it's no good.
Yeah, that was tipped to the line of scrimmage. Good play by the defensive end. I don't know who that was, but the big, tall guy, I'm looking down, who was that, Mark? But anyways.
Kaiser linebacker.
Yeah, he just kind of timed it as the quarterback's doing. So they've run a lot of those slant routes, and if you're a defensive end, you can anticipate those. You're going to get some knockdowns.
2nd and 10 at the 30-yard line for the Elks. They trail 24-4. McElvain calls for the ball. McElvain looking wide side. Now scrambles in the pocket. Change from run to pass to throw it downfield. Caught by a sliding receiver at about the 47-yard line.
Good play by Mac Jackson. Steps into the pocket, buys himself some time, and then throws as he's moving, running forward in the pocket. Is a difficult throw. Even better by the wide receiver. You young wide receivers out there, if you're listening and the ball's throwing low, get your elbows down, your elbows in, your arms underneath the ball, and make a good catch. That's exactly what the receiver did on that play.
Should be the final play of the quarter. Edmonton is first down and 10 at the 47-yard line. And Peters out on a four-man front. McElvain takes the ball, gives it right up the middle to Pierce, and there's nowhere to go. He's swallowed up by the Stampeders. Very little gain. Johnson helps out on the tackle as we end quarter number 3. All right, it's Calgary 24, the Edmonton Elks 4. In 2 minutes, we're back into fourth quarter play-by-play action. Get the iHeart Radio app to listen to our football broadcast and tune in on your smart speakers.
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get It and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get It and Go event on now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by ATCO Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by ATCO Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
Thank you for listening to Stampeder Football. This is Dominic Grimes, wide receiver of the Calgary Stampeders.
Stampeders 24, Elks 4, and welcome back to Calgary Stampeder Football. Here we go, live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. Fourth quarter action, and Greg, how about the stats?
Stats marked after 3 quarters. First downs, the Elks 8, Stamps 19. Offensive plays, Elks 32, Stamps 47. In the rushing category, Elks only 40 yards, Stamps not too many, 73. But passing, Elks 110, Stamps 248. Total possessions, Stamps 9, Elks 10. But turnovers, both teams have 2 turnovers. Time of possession, Elks have 17 minutes, Stamps 27 minutes.
Edmonton second down and 10 yards to go at the 48-yard line. They turn around, move left to right to the scoreboard end of the stadium. McElvain remains at quarterback. He's done the bulk of the quarterbacking. They do have another quarterback with them, Snyder, but he only got to Edmonton like about 4 or 5 days ago. So maybe they're just letting him watch this one. Anyway, McElvain has the ball. Quick pass and out to the near sidelines. Was it caught or trapped right in front of the Stampeder bench? No, Lapp made the catch.
Yeah, good catch again. Same thing. He did the same guy that he did last time. That's how you. Oh, are they going to say it's an incomplete pass? No, I just think it was short. Short. So, but you had to get his elbows underneath it, or his arms underneath it. But that's just because it was a low snap. The quarterback rushed it, and consequently he released the ball way too late, and consequently it was a low throw.
3rd and 4.
Stamps only have 1 man back. They've always
had 2. Zeno Benjamin,
yeah. First time they've had Benjamin back, and he can accelerate up the field. Let's see what he does on this one.
Bit of a wind in the face of Cody Grace. Australian-born putter. 4 years with the Stampeders. And Grace accepts the snap. Kicks it downfield. Bit of hang time, wobbling. Benjamin catches at the 20-yard line. Moves ahead of the 25, absorbs a hit. Maintains his balance down the sidelines at the 35, then thrown out of bounds into the Stampeder bench. But he took a real blast at the point of attack and stayed on his feet. Wow.
He sure did. The guy that blasted him, Mark, timed it perfectly. I thought he was going to get called for no yards, but he hit him on the run. I was watching him, and he never let up and got blasted. Benjamin, that is, and he spun around and got down the sideline. Good return.
Very much so. So we're in the fourth quarter. Stampeder ball. Hey, don't forget, when the game is over, no need to rush off. Be part of the team at Stamp's House. Players, music, Stamp fans, and so much more. And since the first game, catch up with some old friends, right? Well, P.J. Walker continues at quarterback. 2 men in the backfield with him. And he'll give the ball, bulldozing straight ahead. Evans gets a couple of yards, but not much more than that. Barry Bami on the tackle.
I just like he's running that read pass option, Mark, and he's giving it to the fullback every time, or to the running back. I'd just like to see PJ pull it out and just use his athletic talent, at least to keep the defense a little honest. They kind of are slicing down and not even, there's no threat right now for PJ to run the ball. He's got good feet. I think he should use that to make a threat.
Second down for the Stampeders. 7 yards to go. 3 receivers split left to the near short side. Alley and Horton to this side as well. Now back, P.J. Walker to pass. Throws a long out to the far side. It's tipped and almost intercepted by Edmonton, but that was Evans. It was a high throw. He couldn't pull it in. It's incomplete in the Stamp spot.
Well, P.J. Evans, or Walker had a guy right in his face. He threw that to that wide side. That's a long throw. You don't make that throw in the NFL because of the size of the field, but can't fault him on that one. He was hit just as he threw the ball. This time we got Mark Facette, the big 6'4", 219-pounder in for the kickers are starting to have a little battle here now.
Calhoun is going to return as Set steps in. It's a high kick, little flutter to it. Tracking to his right, making the catch by the sidelines. Reverses, tries to go upfield. No room. The Stampeders swarm Calhoun and put him down after a very, very short return. George Adoko leading the tacklers. It's Calgary 21, the Edmonton Elks 4. Let's get things going with our fourth quarter play-by-play action. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun! Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at ShaneHomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
This is Derek Moncrief, Sam linebacker. Thanks for listening to the Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Stampeders holding the edge at 24-4. Welcome back to McMahon Stadium on this Saturday night. Time is whistled in as the Elks will be scrimmaging at the 23-yard line. Just trying to identify all the personnel. Both teams are changing. McIlvain is the quarterback. Pierce in the backfield. McIlvain calls out signals. Takes the ball and gives out of the backfield. Big hole running up the field. McBride up to about the 35, and he is tackled there. Should be a first down. To the sidelines with Lisa Hillary.
Getting bigger, guys, was a focus for this Calgary Stampeders team in the offseason. Have a listen to some of these numbers. Rhymes, 6'4". Tevin Jones, 6'3". First overall. Pick 6'6" receiver Damian Alford. Great targets for the number 1 quarterback of this football team.
Edmonton at the 33-yard line. They call that second down and 1 yard to go.
I think Stampeders got bigger on every position, Mark. Defensive line, they try to get bigger at the DBs as well so that they aren't such terrible stats when it comes to the run.
Second down, a yard to go. Ball is taken, surging ahead. They brought in Knight, the fullback, to take the ball. Yep. Actually, Snyder, the quarterback, took it. Okay. He's now in the game, the guy that just arrived a little while ago, so they switched out.
Well, I was just talking to you and Jock about where's Trey Ford, but I guess Trey Ford's not playing this game. Projected to be their starter, correct, Mark?
Yep, he's the guy. Cole Snyder, so they're going to give him, even though he hasn't been in Edmonton very long, University of Buffalo, one of their top passers ever. And Edmonton will start out at the 34-yard line. They line up with 4 receivers wide right. Snyder takes the ball, high snap, he tips it. It's loose on the ground. There's bodies on top of it, but who's on top of the ball?
Well, you know what? The center for the Elks has done that all game. High, low. That hurts the quarterback. If you're a quarterback and you like to be scanning what's going on in the defense, not worrying about where the ball is going to be, so they got a little bit of a problem there because the entire game their center has been not getting the ball back to the quarterback very well.
Yeah, rookie Morgan, a draft pick, and Piazza, both Canadian rookies. Mark Corday, they signed him to a new deal. He'll fill the bill in the regular season, but you're right. Snyder, the quarterback. Rosemary Saint is right. Back is Snyder, scrambling, runs left, and the Stampeders track him down. Put him on the ground with the sack. And sacked, so the Stampeders.
Sean
Peterson with the tackle.
He got a sack last week, so he's got some speed, Mark. Big guy at 6'3", 231. He's not heavy, but he's at that defensive end position. He's long and lean, and he's got the big, long arms. He can push guys off. He's also got some pretty good feet and pretty tough to beat him around the edge. Made the good sure tackle that time.
Bond and Benjamin are back to return. Greg is watching all the personnel come on and off the field. Both coaches have got some really tough decisions to make, and you just feel that some of these guys aren't going to be around much longer. I don't know who. That's just a fact of pro football.
Yep, pro football. Some of these guys, this is their last game in pro.
Snyder, at least Grace kicks the ball. It's a line drive. Vaughn makes the catch at the 50, running left, looking to get the corner. He's across midfield, down the sidelines at the 50, at the 45. Breaks a tackle, 40 at the 35, before he is pushed out of bounds. A superb return by the Calgary Stampeders. Hey, listen, make sure you join Jock and Greg after the game for the 5th quarter call-in show. The score, Calgary 24, Edmonton 4. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Celebrate 8 decades of Stampeders football. Get your tickets for the Stampeders' 80th birthday party as we kick off the 2025 football season at McMahon Stadium.
Watch Vernon Adams Jr.'s debut versus Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats on June 7th. It's going to be a party in McMahon to start the season with something for fans of all ages.
The next chapter of the Stampeders' legacy starts here. Get your tickets to the Stampeders' 80th birthday party at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
The Get In and Go event is on now, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Once again, it's the best time of year to buy your new Toyota. The best inventory, the best interest rates of the year, as low as 0%. And the best trade-in bang for your buck. Don't miss the Get In and Go event, on now at South Point Toyota.
This is number 21, Bailey Devine Scott, defensive back. Thanks for listening to Calgary Stampeders football. Go Stamps.
Go Stamps, and they are going to a 24-4 lead right now. That nice return by the Calgary Stampeders. A great return of 27 yards. PJ Walker remains in the game at quarterback. And first down, he gives the ball out of the backfield. Big hole. Evans runs up the middle, 30, down to the 25, down to the 20-yard line.
Evans has played a great game. He's got good maneuvering up the field. I like how our backs just don't hesitate. They don't dance. They don't go north or east-west. They go north-south. That's what he did on that play. Got a good 14 yards.
16 yards coming up from his halfback spot to make the tackle. Stampeders marching. They're at the 19-yard line of Edmonton. New set of downs. PJ Walker, the quarterback. Evans in the backfield. Horton starts in motion to the line as a receiver. Walker is back, short drop, throws a look in, a slant. That ball is caught on the far side. Throwing down to the ground, the Calgary Stampeders. Making the receiver is Eccles. He picked up big yardage on another play earlier. So he is throwing down right away.
It's a nice catch. He had a good catch. A slant route. And PJ has a good, solid arm, so pretty tough to stop if you're defensive back and you're playing off coverage, which the DB was. He just threw that quick slant. It's like a rocket going in through there.
Clements on the tackle, second down and 4. Calgary Stampeders in a commanding lead.
Mickles now 3 catches this game.
Okay. Well, they're certainly taking their time in the huddle. They get over the ball. The play clock is at 4. And they finally break that huddle. PJ Walker, Ali in motion to the line on the left side. Walker is back, throwing a strike in the end zone. There's a ball overthrown. That was nowhere near, obviously, a miscommunication there. Horton was nowhere near the ball.
The problem was that you hit it, Mark. He was rushed. He was rushed because he was trying to get the play off before the clock, because you got it down to 1 second, and then your mind gets away from where you're going to go.
Yep.
So next thing you know, he's just throwing the first guy he kind of thinks of. So it's better if you can get up over the ball. You got lots of time to go through your mental reads that you have to do, and it's very difficult for a quarterback. That time he was too rushed.
Vaughn and Josh Ali come left for the Calgary Stampeders. Vaughn has been a returner in different games as well in the preseason. Snap back to Walker. He sets up, throws down by the goal line. Ball is caught, wrestled away from the defender, goes to the end zone. Touchdown, Stampeders. A superb catch, pulled in by Horton, who had to tear the ball out of the hands of the defender.
Well, Caden Horton's done a good job on special teams, and he did a good job that time. A lot of it was PJ with his rocket arm. He threw that in there, didn't give the defensive back much time. The DB thought he was going to kind of step in front and strip it or even go the other way, but the ball got there a little bit quicker. Horton made the good catch with the deflection.
Well, the defender was right there, too, and he had to wrestle the ball away from him, and he did. Goes to the end zone from North Texas. Horton, and here comes the extra point. Rennie Peretta is on and kicks it through. The Stampeders 31, the Edmonton Elks 4. You're listening to fourth quarter Stampeder football action. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary of 107.3 The Edge.
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get It and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%. Plus, a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get It and Go event. On now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
Remember last summer's heat wave that had you wishing for refreshing air conditioning? Let Furnace Family by Atco Home Services keep you cool this summer. Trust our expert techs and honest pricing to keep your home chilling when the summer is scorching. Ask about our best-selling Lennox models that offer optimal efficiency and cool, quiet comfort. Take advantage of Lennox's rebates up to $2,000 only for a limited time. You can count on Furnace Family by Atco Home Services to do the job right and have your AC unit up and running in no time. The summer rush is coming. Don't wait. Visit furnacefamily.com to secure your spot today.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
This is Markel Lee, linebacker for the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Baldwin with the touchdown. Our 86s and 8s got mixed up, so Baldwin credited with the touchdown that the Stampeders lead by a score of 31-4. Rennie Paredes on to make things happen with the kickoff.
This time he's kicking with the wind, Mark, so he should get lots of height on this.
6:42 remaining in the game. Beautiful summer night. That ball is kicked off, caught inside the 10 by Edmonton. Straight ahead, up the field. Lapp has the ball, gets up near about the 35-yard line before he's submarined off the field.
High-speed collision. I don't know who that would make in the tackle. That was a good, solid tackle. Flying down with special teams marking. Sometimes I've got time to gather your feet. You're just flying your head in there and hoping you're getting a piece of the guy who did that time.
Stampeders dressing 82 players in this game. Trying to get them all in. I see Logan Bonner warming up on the sidelines. I wonder if he comes into quarterback the next time the Stampeders get the ball. We'll have to see. Snyder is in the game at quarterback, the third of three Edmonton quarterbacks. And he'll give the Pierce, who shoots up the middle, gets to the linebacker stage, tackled at the 41-yard line. As Angelabechi makes the tackle.
Well, Angelabechi's been around the field now. He's done a good job on special teams. A rookie, I think 6'4" or 240-pounder, 6-foot guy, making his second tackle of the game and a couple of special team tackles as well.
Here come the Elks out of the huddle. Rosemary Jack Saint splits right. He's in the slot that way to the wide side. Snyder takes the ball. Snyder scrambling right. He's hit. He maintains his balance. Now he's on the run. Gets to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. He was hit hard by Lucien, the halfback, up to knock him down, and he's short of the first down. They put it down and spotted, 37-yard line.
Yeah, Max von Muhldorfer, the rookie 290-pounder out of Western. Calgary Proct was in pursuit. Could see him hustling down the field from his interior defensive line position.
Benjamin is the solo returner for the Stampeders. 5:09 remaining. They've taken Cody Grace out. Blanchard's going to punt now for Edmonton. He's a drafted kicker. That's a bit of a fluttering kick. Caught just inside the 30-yard line, but Benjamin, he gets ahead, breaks a tackle. He's at the 40, up to the 45, carries a tackler to the 47-yard line.
Just
nice
good,
return in almost no space whatsoever.
You hit it right in the head. There was no space, and he just found a seam, shot through it. Good play by Benjamin. Tough decisions by these coaches. What are you going to do at running back? What are you going to do at the defensive line position with probably two open spots?
Yep. Well, Bergamba on the tackle, and we mentioned Bonner playing catch on the sidelines. He was playing with Josh Love, who is now in the game. So they're playing catch with each other, and now Josh Love is in the game from San Jose State. See what he does in this situation. Love is back, looking short side, throws that way. Caught by Baldwin at the 50, breaks outside at the 50, and Kobe Williams there to help bring him down. About an 8-yard gain.
Good throw by Baldwin. He sees that the halfback is back. Throw that little out quickly, and he's got very good mechanics, Mark. He throws just a pure passer. Good feet, good mechanics. Pleasure to watch him throw. He throws a really good football.
So it's about 9, second down and about a yard to go. Love in this situation. Now walks up and under center. Line is down. He'll push ahead. Has the first down and room to spare. 3:42 remaining.
It kind of reminds me of another San Jose quarterback that got in at the end of the game of the second preseason game and kind of shone. And that was Jeff Garcia.
Yeah, very much. Well, Jeff Garcia talked to Dave Dickinson about this quarterback, so they caught up on times and then talked a little business as well. Stampeders out of the huddle. Hyman going to the wide right side of the field. And as they come to the ball, whistles.
I think Calgary had too many guys on the field.
Calgary.
Or they just took the timeout, yeah.
Maybe they didn't have it, but they didn't have the right formation in, and right away Dave Dickinson knew that, so he was screaming to call a timeout, call a timeout.
Well, there's different personnel in there. Ludovic Choquette is in there. Yeah. Running back. I'm not putting it on him, only to say that there are lots of different guys looking at different things. Fortin, the first-round pick, is centering the ball. He plays both center and guard, but he's at center now. First down and 10 at the 51-yard line of Edmonton. Stampeder ball. Love is the quarterback. Outside blitz on. Love is back. Snap in the flat. Near side. Caught by Vaughn. He gets to the 50 and then is wrestled down to the ground after picking up about 4 or 5 yards by Garnes, the linebacker. We go to the 3-minute warning. The Calgary Stampeders 31. The Edmonton Elks 4. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
Inspiration. It's where all great things start. When you bring your renovation ideas to the designers and expert craftsmen at Renovations by Hearth and Home, it inspires them to create with you the renovation project you've been dreaming of. Whether your project is big or small, the in-house team at Renovations by Hearth and Home have the experience to ensure your dreams come to life. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Thanks for listening to Stampeders Football. This is quarterback PJ Walker.
All right, the Stampeders were assessed a penalty, so they took another play, which resulted in a sack. So there you are. That's what's going on. The Stampeders, Washington on the sack. So the Stampeders now will be third down and 30 yards to go. They're huddling on their sideline. Be in the dressing room, remember that. Thank you for joining us. QR Calgary, so glad to be back in the stadium. One thing, I was talking this week to Nick Lewis. He stopped by practice. I have no idea what brought him here, but he came here on the field, and he said, I love the energy around this team. And remember, he was part of the team last year on the coaching staff. So he said, I just love what I see here. So that's a good sign when one of the greatest in CFL history, a bit of a character, a great receiver, comes with that endorsement. He had some things he wanted to do here. So.
Well, it's a good compliment. Nick, of course, I thought did a really good job as a wide receiver coach, but guys leave for various reasons. But yeah, there is a different, I think, vibe with this team. Different quarterback room, different maybe running back room. The whole fact that a little bit of heat on you to get a bit of a turnaround, that's all good, though.
Yep, that's just the way it is. The Elks send one returner back. Remember, hope to see you here next week. More accurately, 1 week from today for FanFest. Forward to that. Bassett's on to punt, the global punter from Colorado. I don't know if they've solved anything with the punters. I think they've both been pretty decent.
Yeah, they have.
Here's the punt, kick towards the near sidelines. Elks on the move. It hits the referee and goes out of bounds at the 24. Wow. And that is a flag because it would have gone out of bounds outside the 20. So that's an odd call that it hits the referee, but I guess it's the right call.
He wanted to get noticed and jived at by the other referees. So, yeah, he's going to get taught. He was kind of looking at the ball, and he just hit him, and then he had to throw the flag because it went out of bounds too early.
Anyway, the punters 37.5 for Messine and 23.5 for Bassett. We'll see if the yards are taken off because he hit the official. Here's the call.
Illegal kick out of bounds, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Crowd booing. It was the right call. So the Edmonton Elks play another preseason game at home against the BC Lions. Stampeders will have kind of a quasi-bye week next week and then begin preparation. Of course, teams have to be down to their limit 1 week from today. So how this all sorts out for both teams. Let's just say a lot of work for the coaches. Edmonton, first down and 10. They're at their 36-yard line. Snyder is the quarterback. He's back, throws a strike downfield, caught at the 40 up to the 44-yard line. And that ball is pulled in by the receiver, Tuchinski.
Well, Stampeders had a good preseason if you look at it now. I thought the last game was a step forward. In this game, they're 31-4, totally dominated the Elks the entire game. Yeah. I know this is the Elks' first preseason game, and they have not played a lot of their guys. Still, you got to come out and play, and I thought the Stamps did.
First down and 10. Snyder is the quarterback for the Elks at the 46-yard line. Knight is the setback. Snyder back. Snyder to pass. Rifles a strike over the middle, in and out of the hands of the receivers at the 45-yard line. Incomplete.
Well, that should have been caught. Dig route, they call it, out the field, 18 yards in front of the safety. Had his hands on it. As I say, you touch it, you can catch it. He had to leap up into the air, but had both hands on it, so it's not like it was a one-hand or anything. That's a throw and a catch that should have been made.
That's the Miller Melanson is in at safety for the Calgary Stampeders. As they rotate in a lot of personnel. Elks break the huddle. It's second down. Calhoun unable to squeeze the pass. 2:03 remaining in the half. Back is Snyder passing. Sets up, throws a long out to the far side. Receiver extends himself. Was that Lap that pulled it in? That was a great catch.
Yeah, we had a linebacker sitting in the curl route, and he kind of faded out that way, and it's a deep out. Deep out, though. They made a cut about 12 yards, and you had to throw it to the way to the outside. Not bad coverage, just a super catch.
Yeah, very good catch.
So you have one guy not making the catch, the other guy making the catch.
Lap from Cortland State. There's another great Elk. Jake Seresna from that school, too. They advance to the 51-yard line of the Calgary Stampeders. Stampeders showing a four-man front. Snyder takes the ball. Snyder throws long out to the near side, and there was some kind of a misfire as the receiver was breaking in, and the pass was way behind him. So that's what happens when you got a lot of guys that aren't particularly familiar with each other.
Well, especially coming from the States, Mark, because down in the States, they run lots of slants where it's all timing. Quarterback gets it one step, fires to a position, and you expect your receiver to get there. This field is too big, and you can't run slants like that. There's a lot more ingenuity and creativeness in the routes, and sometimes they come up here and they just can't relate that to the big field.
First down and 10. Herford from the U of A, the intended receiver. Snyder takes the pass on the 51-yard line. Again, a long out to the near sideline. Jump ball, and that is pulled in. A superb grab by the Edmonton receiver, who was able to grab that, then fall into the boundary.
Yeah, the defensive back that time, Mark, he was right there, ready to make the I don't know who that was, but
Lap made the catch.
Okay,
the defender,
yeah, the defender, and you know that's a long throw. Yes. 60. I got a chance to make. He broke on it, went underneath, and missed it.
Elks advancing, first and 10 at the 39-yard line. 1 minute, 33 seconds remaining. They're at the Calgary 39-yard line. They'll go to the air, 5 receivers. Snyder is back, dancing in the pocket. He's in the grasp, and he's pulled down. He is sacked. I think that was Wilcox that broke through. We'll figure out once they unpile.
Cedric Wilcox, the big 6'3", 252-pounder, Mark, from New Mexico State. He was my defensive player of the game last week, and just gets in and makes sacks, does a good job. So his third year, again, he hasn't played much this game, but when he gets in, he makes something happen.
Elks taking the ball. Snyder remains in the game at quarterback. 1:14 remaining. Elks are second and 16 at their 45-yard line. Again, back passing. Quarterback Snyder is scrambling right, comes to the line of scrimmage, flips it downfield, and that ball is caught. Nice grab, 20 down to the 15-yard line before he's knocked to the ground. That was a nice throw.
Well, you got to learn if you're a defensive back and linebacker, do not go up to the quarterback until he crosses it. All these quarterbacks can throw on the run. It looked like the quarterback Snyder was going to take off and run, but kind of hesitated at the line of scrimmage. Our linebacker left his man. Our defensive back left his man. Next thing you know, throw it over, dump over the middle, first down.
25-yard pickup by Tuchinski from Manitoba, a quarterback and a receiver, so he's a dual threat. Snyder is leading the Elks charge. Snyder takes the ball. He is back. Throwing downfield, and that is caught.
We had our
5-yard line.
Well, Pace, our Sam linebacker, had that just nailed. He was going out there, and he just reached for it and just missed it, Mark. He could have been 6 the other way and been a hero, but just totally missed it.
Yeah. Herford on the catch for the Edmonton Elks, a U of A product. So the Elks might get a touchdown out of this thing yet. They're at the 34-yard line. They're 2nd and 2 at the 4. Knight in the backfield. Snyder will go to the air. He backtracks.
Yeah, he just threw that one away. Yeah, he was backtracking, Mark, and then good job by the D-line to keep him in the pocket, and he just threw that one away.
So there's 16 seconds remaining. It's 3rd and 1 at the 4.
Well, you know, this is pretty good for the end of the game because all the defensive guys, all the guys in the Stampeder bench are saying, well, we want to get out of this game without them scoring a touchdown, and the Elks obviously want to get a touchdown, so a little competitiveness going into the last seconds of this game.
3rd down. 1 yard to go. Knight in the backfield. Snyder takes the ball. He will pass. Fires a post corner into the end zone. There's contact. Was he out of bounds or did he stay in?
He made the catch, but he was kind of didn't get his feet down.
Yeah, out of bounds, so it's incomplete in the corner of the end zone. It's on the far corner. Nice play by Cyrus Fagan from North Carolina to stick with him on very close coverage.
Yep.
And that'll do it for the Elks. But it was on the far side. Receiver just went for the ball, but was driven out of bounds. So
good defensive play that time, Mark. So
Calhoun
good coverage.
Yep.
Well, Stampeders, what a game. 31-4 preseason. All aspects were pretty good.
So with 10 seconds left, they'll just sit down.
They're just going to eat up this clock and go out and say a good successful preseason.
So they'll be 2-0. And they'll take one knee. It's Love, and they'll do it again. They're looking at the clock. Got to get used to these Canadian timing rules, too. You do have to take the snap. Love looks at the clock. It says 000. He goes under center. He goes down, and there's your ball game and the preseason as the Stampeders go undefeated in these 2 games. We're off to the dressing room. Listen, the final score, the Calgary Stampeders 31, Edmonton 4. Up next, Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show, including the Hearth and Home Coaches interview. This is QR Calgary Stampeders football.
The Get In and Go event is on now under the tower at South Point Toyota. Once again, it's the best time of year to buy your new Toyota. The best inventory, the best interest rates of the year, as low as 0%. And the best trade-in bang for your buck. Don't miss the Get In and Go event on now at South Point Toyota.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyriq or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyriq Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
And that's the game.
The final whistle has sounded, and now it's time to tackle how it all unfolded. The good, the bad, the ugly.
The Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show is just around the corner on the proud voice of the red and white. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And just like that, the Calgary Stampeder preseason schedule is over. Done. Finished. The Calgary Stampeders a perfect 2-0 in the preseason. They play 2 games in 6 days. They knock off the BC Lions on Holiday Monday, 26-16. They host the Edmonton Elks tonight. The Elks going with a relatively young lineup. The Calgary Stampeders playing most of their veterans in the first half. The Calgary Stampeders rolling over the Elks 31-4. So what happens now for the Calgary Stampeders? Dave Dickinson has mentioned they will probably play a red and white game, an inter-squad game later this week before the final cuts next Saturday. And then, of course, the Stamps will unveil their roster at FanFest at McMahon Stadium next Saturday from 10 until 2. It is a function that is open to the family. It is a free family-friendly event, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., an opportunity to meet the team, a meet and greet with the players, an autograph session, live entertainment, family activities, giveaways, team mascot appearances, the cheer team performances. Yes, next Saturday here at McMahon Stadium, it will be FanFest. We'll find out the final roster, and then the Calgary Stampeders will get ready to play for real. The Stampeders kicking off their 2025 regular season on Saturday, June the 7th. Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats will be in town. That's a 5 o'clock kickoff. Our pregame show is on the air at 3 o'clock. Welcome to the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. I'm Jock Wilson with Greg Peterson. Mark Stephen is on his way down to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room. We're going to hear from the coach in a few minutes. We'll hear from some of the players as well. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak proudly supporting our community and the Stampeders since 1946. You know, Greg Peterson, we talked about it in the pregame show. This game really was about Vernon Adams making his debut for the red and white. And I tell you what, it was very impressive. His opening drive, 6 plays, 54 yards. He then engineered an 11-play, 61-yard touchdown drive, capped off both times by Logan Bonner on a short yardage situation. But I would say passing grades for Vernon Adams in his debut for the red and white. He completes 9 of 12, 129 yards.
Totally agree with you. He played an excellent football game. He didn't throw a pick. He was accurate with his throws. He was moving the pocket. He ran a couple times, got some first downs. He did everything we expect out of Vernon Adams. And, I thought it was an excellent football game by Vernon.
We did see an awful lot of P.J. Walker. It's quite clear. The Calgary Stampeders want him as the number 2 quarterback. It's quite clear with his NFL resume and what he can bring to the table. I'm not sure he was as good as he was last week, although his numbers are a little bit better. He completed 13 of 19, 138 yards. He had the touchdown, but he also had a couple of interceptions.
Yeah.
How would you assess PJ's game?
He's still learning. He's still got to learn the CFL game. Those 2 picks are going to kill you in a regular season game. And he's got all the tools. He's got a rocket arm. I kind of wish in the NFL, it's for quarterbacks. They do everything to restrict you so there's no creativity. It's timing. It's do what I say, and make it read progression. CFL's opposite. CFL is... That's what quarterbacks do, is they make things up on the run. And PJ's got that good. I wish a couple times that he would run with the football on that read pass option. I wish sometimes he'd just scramble around, make something happen, to try and be a pocket quarterback when you don't have to be. I think we're not capitalizing on something that PJ's got to do. And I think he's going to learn that. He's just learning the CFL game more.
No, I would agree with that. We go back to your keys to the game in the pregame show, the keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers, our title sponsor, and you were looking at the QB play. VA and PJ, that was quite clear. We've just discussed that. You also were looking at who is going to rise up today and no serious injuries. Well, Lisa Hillary was pretty quiet on the sidelines because didn't appear to be any serious injuries. No. So that's a good thing for the Calgary Stampeders.
Yep.
So the other question is, who's going to rise up? Did anybody rise up for you today?
Well, Benjamin looked good. Again, some of the returners and, Sean Peterson, he had 2 sacks. He gets in for one quarter of a game, and he's got 2 sacks. He had 2 sacks last game, I think.
Yeah.
Guy's just making plays, so that's one guy they might want to look at. The others, there's just you hit on the head. There's lots of tough decisions but for those two, I don't think anybody really rose to the occasion.
No, we're a couple of battles we were looking for. Dietrich Mills didn't have impressive numbers. So I don't think Dietrich Mills is on the hot seat. But if you look at his numbers compared to some of the other, like Joshua Antwi, I thought was really good in this game.
So
5 carries for 39 yards. Evans was really good. Again, there's going to be some decisions made. The other battle we were looking at is the punting battle. Fraser Mazin from Old Miss and Mark Vassett from the University of Colorado. They only punted the ball 4 times. And not exactly, and it was pretty even. I guess there's a net average for 48 yards for Mazin, a 47-yard average for Mark Bassett. So very comparable. I don't know, flip a coin?
Yeah, I don't know what Craig Dickinson's going to do there. It's his call probably, and he's got a tough one. I don't think he knows right now. He's going to kind of when something like this happens where no one really stood out and rose to the occasion, you kind of go by the entire what happened during the entire time.
We are going to go down and listen to the coach because Mark Stephen has made his way down to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room. So, Mark, take it away with the coach.
All right, we have head coach Dave Dickinson here. And, Dave, just some overall thoughts, 31-4. Did you see what you wanted? Did you like what you see offensively, defensively? What caught your eye?
Yeah, I mean, we did play a lot of our starters, and they played well. And, in Edmonton's first game, so I kind of felt like our starters needed to do that. We wouldn't knock the team we're going to want to be. We did take a lot of penalties. Some of them were just dumb penalties, but I consider kind of selfish penalties, over-aggression. So we need to clean that up. I'd like to think, one more, we threw a couple picks, didn't get the picks on our end. So I really think turnovers is going to be the way that this team either wins and loses. So nice win. The guys played hard. They're enjoying playing together. They really are. They really are having fun out there.
VA and Rhymes just picked up where they left off a couple of years ago. That looks so smooth out there.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, and he looked good. I think that he's getting comfortable on how we call a game, and he did make a lot of nice plays, and he moved around when VA's running and moving and getting that extra couple seconds. That's when he's at his best.
How about PJ Walker? You gave him extended time.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I didn't think we protected well for him, but he also made some reads that I think he can't get away with. So especially the one at the end of the half. I mean, we had points there, but listen, he's never played in the CFL. I know we have high expectations for him, but let's give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt. Got to keep building and grow that position.
Just one thought: the final preseason game, you win 2. I get the sense, though, you came out relatively injury-free. That's got to be great heading into the first regular season game.
Yeah, we actually had, I'm going to say, a bunch of Canadian that I think could be starters not play this game. I felt like overall I held out the guys I needed to. And, when you win and you're aggressive and you're winning, usually the injuries don't occur as often. So that was a good sign.
Dave, thank you very much. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Dave Dickinson joining us. More guests in a moment, guys.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. The coach a little critical about their discipline, although they only did take 5 penalties in this game, and Edmonton took 9. The turnovers obviously are an issue, and those were a couple of big interceptions thrown by P.J. Walker that we talked about earlier. The coach's interview here on the postgame show brought to you by Renovations by Hearth and Home. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com. We got to take our first break. This is the postgame show. The postgame show brought to you by Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak. You're listening to QR Calgary. We're going to get to the drive of the game up next. This is 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at ShaneHomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play, QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
The buzz heading into this preseason game tonight here at McMahon Stadium was Vernon Adams making his debut in the red and white. And Stampeder fans, Vernon Adams did not disappoint. His opening drive, 6 plays, 54 yards, capped off by a Logan Bonner 1-yard touchdown run. There was a 2-and-out, but then right after that, another very impressive drive, 11 plays, 61 yards, and again capped off by Logan Bonner with that 1-yard touchdown run. A key receiver in both of those drives, his buddy, Dominic Rhymes. Well, let's go down to the dressing room right now because Mark Steven is there with Big Play VA.
Well, Vernon, your first chance as a Stampeder quarterback to show what you can do. Did you hit all your marks and do what you wanted to do in a preseason game?
I thought we performed well. I want to give God all the glory, man. Just allow me to go out there and play another game, going on year 10. It's just awesome. Left some plays out there, but, we're going to watch the film and going to learn from it, get better from it.
If anybody didn't know, you and Dominic Rhymes have been teammates in the past, and he just picked right up where you left off.
Yeah, I was just going through my reads, so it's not like, I was just choosing him to go to him. It's just going through my reads, and my reads took me to him, and he made plays for me.
Quick thought in the ground game, it seems no matter who the ball was given to, there was production.
Yeah, Calgary's always been known for their good running game, so Coach Pat and Ucombre, they're doing a great job with the O-line and with the running backs, and they're hitting their marks, and they're doing good.
Guys, any questions upstairs for Vernon?
Vernon, I know you're a veteran, but I also know you're human, and it's one of those situations, and it's only a preseason game, but are there nerves when you make your debut for a new team?
Yes, definitely. There are nerves, and I think that's a good thing, if you don't get nervous anymore, I start to question, do you care? And, this year 10 for me, but it's more like butterflies, just getting excited. So once I get that first play out the way, then, we're going, and it's good.
Well, what's the mood like in that dressing room? Because this seems like a really close-knit team this year.
Yeah, the guys are in there partying right now, having a good time. So this is good, 2 wins in preseason, and now we just need to carry it over, have a good last week of training camp, and carry it over into June 7th. So, yeah.
One final question for you, and it's just, with P.J. Walker. Obviously, you guys are developing, something. You're going to help each other this year. Well, what do you say to him? Because he's still trying to learn the Canadian game.
Yes, of course. I just told him I'm going to teach him everything I know. And, to tell him keep trusting it. I told him the game's going to slow down. Shoot, it's a different type of game up here. You come from playing 11-man football all your life, and then now it's 12-man, and there's different rules and things like that. So, he's going to be fine, though. He's doing great in practice. He throws a pretty ball, and he's very smart. So excited to have him on my team.
Vernon, thanks for stopping by. Congratulations, and on to the regular season.
Yes, sir. God bless. Go Stamps.
All right, thanks very much. I think there is one casualty we forgot to mention about the Stampeders. I think a dressing room speaker blew up because they turned the tunes on so loud. They are excited, let me tell you. So we'll get some more guests.
All right, Mark.
Some of those tunes I wanted to blow up.
you didn't get to pick the music, I'm guessing, Greg?
No, and so, yeah, that I would be, yay, it blew up.
Yeah, that's always funny. Okay, well, we mentioned the chemistry between Vernon Adams and Dominic Rhymes, and you go back to that opening touchdown. The big play on that one was a 44-yard catch by Dominic Rhymes, and then on the second touchdown, Dominic Rhymes again with a couple of big catches on that drive. Dominic Rhymes now in the dressing room with Mark Stephen.
That looked like you were having a heck of a lot of fun out there, reuniting with your one-time quarterback, Vernon Adams.
Oh, man. I feel like I missed him since I've been away from him. It feels good, man, just being out there with my brothers and the whole offense and just getting that camaraderie and that rhythm. And, it feels good. You want to continuously build each and every week, because we want to be an offense that put up a lot of points and, put on the show for the fans. So, we just got to keep working every day.
I wasn't looking across the huddle and say, wow, we're out here for real. I'm back with VA.
It feels good, man. Just, in training camp, you're just trying to get, your football rhythm, as they say, just like feel good when you're out there, seeing the ball good. So, it's good that, we could connect and, we was connecting on other things as well. So, it feels good. It's going to be a great year. We just got to continuously put the work in each and every day.
Both quarterbacks had some strong suits, but I thought the ground game was very good too when you needed it. Every back seemed to be productive.
I know that's going to be a big part of our offense that, that's going to be super big time for us, down the line. Just, be able to run the ball, get 3 yards, get 2 yards, get 4 yards. Like, that's demoralizing to a defense. So, as long as we continuously build on that, O-line's been doing a great job pushing the pile, open up holes for the running backs, and they've been making great cuts. So that's a positive.
Let's hear from upstairs, guys. Anything for Dominic?
Okay, Dominic, be honest with me. The opening kickoff is done. Calgary Stampeders take to the field. The very first play call, Vernon Adams to Dominic Rhymes. That had to be like that was pre-planned, right?
It wasn't pre-planned. It was the way the defense, the contour of the defense was. So we did a good job of making sure we had our marks and getting my depth. He put it on me, able to move the chain. So. Want to start the year off as a Calgary Stampede off right.
Tell me a little bit about that 44-yard catch.
Oh, man, DA just did a great job finding me. I just run my route hard as I usually do. He just made a great throw, and, we've been used to that for years, so it's great to get it back going.
How you enjoying Calgary?
I'm loving Calgary, man. I can't wait to, be around the city with my wife and, exploring different restaurants and, going to the mountains and, we're super excited just to be here.
You've been in this league a few years, kind of a crazy schedule, when you play 2 games in 6 days. Now you got to sort of wait, and the final cuts are going to come. Fan Fest will happen next week, and then you got like a 2-week break before you play for real against the Hamilton Tiger Cats. It's kind of strange, eh?
Kind of strange, but you're still in training camp mode and keep getting the body there, keep getting your cardio up because the air is definitely different here. So I can continuously help my cardio, but just keep putting together what we're building here. And what we're building here is something special. Guys are buying in, everybody's becoming a brotherhood. So it's more time for us to bond as a group.
Right. One more, Dominique, you said, how'd the horse look running down the sidelines? And you said one of your goals this year is to get that horse running down after your touchdown. So he's still got some goals here.
I'm had that horse tired this year, I can tell you that. But it was amazing, man. It was a great atmosphere, and I can't wait till the home open.
Dominique, thank you, and on to the regular season.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay.
Good stuff, Mark.
Thank you. Take
good
care,
stuff. Yeah. We have to get to the drive of the game. The drive of the game brought to you by the Alberta Ford dealers. And it's kind of fitting that we just heard from Vernon Adams and Dominic Rhymes because I think they were probably part of that drive of the game for you, Greg Peterson.
Maybe.
Well,
I'm going to pick the first quarter, the first drive of the game. Or I just thought that, they come out the game, they go on a 67-yard drive, 6 plays, 3 runs, 3 passes, capped off with that 1-yard TD by Bonner, made the score 7-0. But I just thought, how is Vernon Adams going to come out and play? And he just drove the team right down on a good long drive. I picked that as a drive of the game.
Yeah, the opening pass to Dominic Rhymes, and then a handoff to Mills, and then, Adams finds Dominic Rhymes for 44 yards, and then Tevin Jones gets in on the action, and then there was the pass interference on Reggie Begelton. Next thing you know, you're on the 1-yard line. Logan Bonner, short yardage situation. Stampeders are on the board.
Yep, so excellent way to start the football game, and that just gave them springboard momentum right through the rest of the game. Really, the Elks were never in this game from the opening kickoff.
That is the drive of the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. We got to take a break. When we come back here on the post-game show, we're going to get to the game turning point. The game turning point is for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. But I think somebody just told me we're going to go back to the dressing room. Okay, Mark, sorry, I didn't hear who you had. Mark, take it away.
Yeah, Jeshurun Antwi is with us, and he's here in the dressing room with us. And how good was that? You've been dreaming of this moment for a long time, ever since you were drafted. I know you were treated well elsewhere, but you running on this field.
Yeah, it was incredible, I'm just happy the guys came out to play. We work hard. We had a good training camp, had a good practice leading up to this game. I'm just happy for the guys in the locker room.
Yeah, the ground game really was working. You had a nice run, but anybody that was on the field was working pretty well.
Yeah, I think we have a great O-line. We have a great quarterback. We have a great running back room. A lot of competition, like I said before, and guys are just looking to push each other. And so from Mills to myself to, Tyon and, and all the guys, we're all just looking to push each other. So, yeah, it was working out very well.
Certainly the aerial game was working. You tell VA and Rhymes are on the same page and very familiar with each other.
Yeah, I think, that's been a theme of this offseason, is that coach brought in veterans who have played this game before, guys with different connections. Like I play with Vernon in Montreal and BC. Vernon play with Rhymes elsewhere. And so, having Flo, having all these guys in the locker room, it's about a different culture, and we're trying to set a new standard. So, yeah. We're looking forward to it.
I acknowledge it's preseason and there's lots of different things, but what are the takeaways you have from the preseason for the team?
I mean, I think, we're playing fast, we're playing physical. We need to eliminate penalties, you know what I'm saying? If you want to win games in the CFL, you can't have those misconducts, 15 yards, 10 yards. Those are first downs for the other team. And preseason is good, but it doesn't say what the regular season is going to be like. So next week, or not next week, but in 2 weeks against Hamilton, the next one's going to count. And so we just need to bring it physical, fast. We got to play smarter, for sure.
Jeshurun, congratulations, and on to the regular season.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay. Jeshurun Antwi joining us, guys, and the Calgary Stampeders are, of course, getting ready for the regular season. That'll be June the 7th. Next week, I should tell you, the Stampeders will be hosting FanFest here at McMahon Stadium. So until then, football on June 7th, FanFest on the 31st, and that's the dressing room story.
All right, Mark. Good job, as always. We got to take a break. Okay. When we come back, we will get
thanks. I didn't want
to that game turning point. The
there.
Game turning point for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC.
Okay.
This is QR Calgary. This is 107.3 The Edge.
Spring into safety with Volvo Calgary. Right now, lease the 2025 XC60, where Scandinavian design meets advanced safety for just $749 a month for 48 months with only $3,100 down. Whether you're heading to the mountains or just running errands, drive with peace of mind in a luxury SUV built for Canadian roads. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Celebrate 8 decades of Stampeders football. Get your tickets for the Stampeders' 80th birthday party as we kick off the 2025 football season at McMahon Stadium.
Watch Vernon Adams Jr.'s debut versus Bo Levi Mitchell and the Hamilton Tiger Cats on June 7th. It's going to be a party in McMahon to start the season with something for fans of all ages.
The next chapter of the Stampeders' legacy starts here. Get your tickets to the Stampeders' 80th birthday party at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And we're going to get to the game turning point for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC in just a second here on our post-game show. But quickly looking at the team stats, Calgary Stampeders had 22 first downs. Edmonton only had 13. Net offense, 348 yards for the Calgary Stampeders, 226 for the Edmonton Elks. Calgary Stampeders dominate in the time of possession, 33 minutes to basically 35 minutes. Penalties, Calgary only took 5. Edmonton took 9. Rushing yards, Calgary had 95. Edmonton had 54. Passing yards, Calgary had 278, and Edmonton had 191. When it's all said and done, Calgary did allow 3 sacks. Edmonton allowed 5 sacks. Those numbers are pretty indicative of what the score was in this game, and it was a one-sided score for the Calgary Stampeders. Greg Peterson, 31-4 is your final. As the Calgary Stampeders, hey, I get it. It's only preseason, but at least you head into the regular season feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty good, and you think you've made strides, and you've got some big, tough decisions. Seems like you got good team unit. Winning, whether it's preseason or not, always helps. But I think you can look at this and say, okay, are we taking a step forward as an organization? We had a good preseason. Yeah, I don't think it could have been any better going into the first game than the way it's turned out for them.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC has a brand new state-of-the-art location, which is located at 768 101st Street Southwest. We got brand new turf here at McMahon Stadium, and it looks good. And I think it is going to make a difference here this year.
Yeah, it's softer. It's just better turf, and it's going to make a difference, hopefully, by eliminating a lot of injuries. So, new turf, new team, new attitude.
Yes.
It's, so far working out.
So far, so good. Okay, let's get to the game turning point. And again, it's preseason. The turning point for me probably was, when I saw the rosters yesterday, Calgary going with the veteran lineup, so many players. It's the advantage for them. It's their second preseason game. And, Edmonton, Mark Killam, he wanted to see his young players. And obviously, when you're playing your young players, you're going to find out. And they got schooled in the first half.
And I can't disagree with you, Jock, but I have to pick something in the game because that's my job. What I'm going to pick, though, is pretty quick. It's when they scored the second touchdown, like wham, wham, it's 14-1. I just thought, this game's over. I just can't see, the Stampeder starters still had to go out and perform and do well. They did. Scores 14-1. Right then, I just said to myself, this game's over. So I kind of picked, normally I don't pick something in the first quarter, but I did. I'm going to pick that one. It would end up being 14-1. Next thing you know, Stampeders controlling the football game.
Yeah, I'm sure when we hit the regular season with the Hamilton Tiger Cats here, we'll be a little more involved in what the true game turning point is for a great sponsor, Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. Amazing inventory selection, same great team, same great service. So check them out at their new state-of-the-art location, which is 768 101st Street Southwest. We're going to take another quick time out. Hey, don't forget, Stamps House is rocking right now. It rocks after every single Stampeder game. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. You're listening to the post-game show on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
The Get In and Go event is on now under the tower at South Point Toyota. Once again, it's the best time of year to buy your new Toyota. The best inventory, the best interest rates of the year as low as 0%. And the best trade-in bang for your buck. Don't miss the Get In and Go event on now at South Point Toyota.
Inspiration. It's where all great things start. When you bring your renovation ideas to the designers and expert craftsmen at Renovations by Hearth and Home, it inspires them to create with you the renovation project you've been dreaming of. Whether your project is big or small, the in-house team at Renovations by Hearth and Home have the experience to ensure your dreams come to life. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun! Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
We're going to reset the marquee matchup for Country Hills Toyota in just a second, but just recapping what you saw tonight here at McMahon Stadium, what you heard here on QR Calgary, a 31-4 win over the Calgary Stampeders. Logan Bonner with 2 touchdowns in short yardage situations. A late touchdown by Dalen Baldwin, a 13-yard touchdown catch. Hey, Rene Paredes, he still got game. He bombed one from 53. He also had field goals from 22 and 32 yards. And you also had a punt single from Fraser Mazin in this game as well. Total dominant performance from the Calgary Stampeders, and it really does go back to our story of the night, Greg Peterson, because when we looked at the marquee matchup in our pregame show for Country Hills Toyota, we really were focusing in on Vernon Adams, and he I think has Stampeder fans. I don't want to speak for all Stampeder fans, but he has Stampeder fans excited.
I'm excited. I'm excited because you know that if the play breaks down, like it did a couple times, he's going to take off and get a first down with his feet. Offensive line looks a little bit better. Maybe that's a little bit because of Vernon Adams. But, yeah, and you're right. We focused on Vernon Adams, but we focused on how he was going to start the game. Well, he started it great. So, again, good preseason, good game for Vernon Adams, and it's good to have hope, and he gave us a lot of it.
The marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. A full slate of CFL preseason action today. Montreal Alouettes lose at home 23-7 to the Ottawa Red Blacks. Winnipeg Blue Bombers win at home against the Saskatchewan Roughriders 15-9. The Hamilton Tiger Cats at home, knocking off the defending Grey Cup champion Toronto Argonauts 24-16, and then here at McMahon Stadium, the Stampeders 31-4 over the Edmonton Elks. If you're a hockey fan and a fan of the Carolina Hurricanes, well, sorry, your team is almost done. They've lost 15 games in a row in conference final action. They were hammered 6-2 tonight by the Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers, the defending Stanley Cup champions, looking like they are going to get a chance to defend their Stanley Cup championship either against the Dallas Stars or the Edmonton Oilers. The Blue Jays lost today 3-1 to the Tampa Bay Rays. We have to get to the 4 stars of the game before we get to the open phone line portion of the show, Greg Peterson. So, top offensive, defensive, Canadian, and special teams players of the game. Where are you going on offense?
I'm going to go with Vernon Adams, 9 of 12, 129 yards. We talked a lot about him. 0 picks. That's one thing, because one thing, if you look over his 9-year career, you could kind of be critical that he's had a number of interceptions. Didn't have any. I just thought he was poised. He ran when he had to run, throwing the ball on time at times. Vernon Adams is my top star of the game.
That was an easy one for you tonight. Where are you going on defense?
Defense, I really didn't know. Nobody really seemed to really scalding the eyeballs and stand out. But all of a sudden you look at Sean Peterson, 2 defensive tackles, 1 special teams tackle, 2 quarterback sacks, 1 knockdown. Wow, those are some good stats. That guy's had another very good game. He had the best stats out of any of the defensive players, so I gave it to him.
Well, and that's going to be the job for the coaches now to break it down, because what did you have? 15 defensive linemen, dressed in this game. You had a situation where you had almost 20 defensive backs dressed in this game, and so there was a big rotation going out there. I felt bad for you and Mark, because
more for Mark than me.
Yeah, some of the
I don't even know who's in the game.
It's difficult, without a doubt. So, Sean Peterson, how can you argue on that front? So, who is your top Canadian tonight?
Again, nobody really stood out, but Gershon Atui, 5 rushes, 39 yards, ran the ball really well. It's tough in a preseason because, someone like Rhymes, he had 4 catches. If this was a regular game, he would have had probably 10 catches.
Yes, exactly.
Well over 100 yards. But you know what? He's pulled out of the game. So he played great. But Gershon got in there, only had 5 touches, but he had them all pretty quickly, and they gave him the ball. pass, gave him the ball, and he did really well. So I'm going to pick Gershwin.
I think Gershwin, the first couple of times he touches the ball, he looks very, very good. Reeled one for 15 and then for 13. And, ends the night with 5 carries for 39 yards. The top rusher for the Calgary Stampeders in this game. But just look at the rushing numbers. So Gershwin Antwi, he carried the ball 5 times. Benjamin carried the ball 4 times. Dietrich Mills carried the ball 3 times. Logan Bonner carried it 3 times. Evans carried it twice. Vernon Adams had a couple of carries. Josh Love had a carry. Quincy Vaughn had a carry in short yardage situations. So you be the judge.
Everybody got some touches, but that's what the coaches wanted, get everybody a chance.
And who is your top special teams?
Well, exactly what I just said. It was kind of tough because everybody got some returns. Both the kickers or the punters, I wanted to pick one of them, but none of them really stood out above the other. So what I did is I went to good old Rennie. 3 for 3 and 152 yards. That would have been great in a regular season. I really wanted to pick someone else besides Rennie Paredes, but you know what? No one stood out, and the fact that they all got a couple of returns, they all did pretty good on the returns, didn't really wow anybody too much, but so I just went back to Rennie.
Yeah, no, and hey, Rene Paredes, he's the GOAT from the Calgary Stampeder perspective, 40 years young, and, had 3 converts and had 3 field goals, and he is just, Mr. Automatic. You're right. If you look at the return game, Benjamin had 2 returns for punts for 37 yards. That's an 18.5 average. That's not too bad. Mm-hmm. Terrell Vaughn had the 1 punt return for 27 yards, 27-yard average. That's really good. Yep. And, Eric Brooks, he's supposed to be your incumbent, but he could be on the hot seat. He only had 2 punt returns for 6 yards, only a 3-yard average. That's not good enough. Benjamin had the 1 kickoff return, for 22 yards. So those are your return
That was
numbers.
1 guy. That would have been my player of the game.
Yeah.
But it was 6 guys or whatever it was.
Yeah, so it really is, hey, now it's up to the coaches who's going to make those decisions. Hey, we've had our say here on the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak post-game show. We're going to close the book on the post-game show. We're going to open up the phone lines, not for too long tonight. It's only preseason football. Hey, we got lots and lots of time all season long to talk football. But if you want to talk football tonight, 403-974-8255. The phone lines are now open as we will get to the 5th quarter call-in show as we wrap things up here at McMahon Stadium on a fine Saturday night. Saturday night for football. Stampeders winning over the Edmonton Elks. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
You've heard from our football gurus in the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. Now go grab your expert's hat.
The 5th quarter call-in show is coming up with Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson.
Call or text 403-974-8255 on your voice of the Calgary Stampeders. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
The time to buy a new Toyota has arrived. It's the Get In and Go event at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant is pulling out all the stops with the best inventory, the best pricing, and the best trade-in values of the year. Take advantage of incredible interest rates as low as 0%, plus a giant selection of new Toyotas with more vehicles arriving every day. You don't want to miss the Get In and Go event on now at the Giant Country Hills Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Some homes speak to you the second you see the floor plan. Others whisper, change me. At Shane Homes, you don't have to choose. Fall for a floor plan you love or customize every detail from blueprint to backyard. And this spring, we're giving you the opportunity to save your way. Keep it simple and save, or go custom and save up to double the GST. Don't wait. Offer ends May 31st. Conditions apply. Find your favorite way to save at ShaneHomes.com. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Homes.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty, tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you, armchair quarterback. Think the coach called the wrong play? Did the ref blow the game? Here's your chance to get it off your chest.
It's the fifth quarter call-in show. Call or text 403-974-8255.
This is Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
So the preseason is over for the Calgary Stampeders. The Stampeders a perfect preseason of 2-0. Let's not forget, though, the Calgary Stampeders only won 5 times last season. They finished DFL in the CFL. DFL is dead freaking last. No one wants to finish dead freaking last. And, you know, what are the Calgary Stampeders going to do this year? It's interesting, Greg Peterson, because the bookies, the bettors, they have the over-under number for the Calgary Stampeders heading into the season at 7. You know, that would be 2 more wins than they got last year. I know you're the eternal optimist. You'll probably think they're going to go 18-0. But realistically, do you see over 7 wins for this team or under 7 wins for this team?
Over 7.
Over 7?
Yeah.
Much more than 7? 9?
Maybe 10, 11. I think
10, 11, they're in the playoffs at 10, 11.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I'm going to reserve judgment. I think this team is going to be really, really good offensively. I still have a few questions defensively, so we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, and you know what? They haven't been really tested yet, but my optimism increased after this preseason.
Hey, and that's fair enough. Now, it's kind of fitting that we 403-974-8255 with Ed, because Ed gave us a nickname